Gary?
Let's roll.
Hey, Gary. Welcome. Well, folks, we're going to have a great call tonight. I think it's one of the calls that I would love to have been on if I was just a starting copywriter, because what we're going to do tonight is talk about some of the most effective strategies, some of the most pressing questions that you have about writing effective copy that sells. I want to introduce you to Gary, but first, before doing that, I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Michel Fortin. Some of you know me as the Success Doctor, and you probably also know that I've been the copywriter for some of the biggest names on the Internet today. For example, I've written copy for John Reese, Yannick Silver, Michael Kimball, Kirk Christensen, Stephen Pierce, Sean Casey, and many more. And I started out in copywriting because I had no choice. I was a salesperson in my early career, and I was just not making any headway with some of the more traditional door-knocking techniques. So one day I decided to write my first sales letter, and then lo and behold, by writing copy, I've noticed my sales starting to skyrocket, because now I was attracting people to come to me, qualified people that I could easily sell to. And then later on, I discovered direct mail. I was writing direct mail pieces and selling with sales letters and copywriting. I was also writing TV commercials and producing TV infomercials for some cosmetic surgeons and hair transplant surgeons. And then later on, I decided to plunge into copywriting full time, and now I write copy almost exclusively for the Internet. One of my mentors throughout this entire process is a man who I believe is the king of copy, the prince of print. I think Gary writes some of the most compelling copy available in the world today, and even on the web. If you study Gary's letters, and probably the single greatest copywriting how-to resource online, which is the GaryHalbertLetter.com, you will build not only the single greatest and most profitable skill you can ever learn, but you will also have an edge over 99.9% of the people out there. And by studying, I don't mean just read those letters. I mean write them out, word by word, if not all of them. And look at how Gary uses tempo, uses psychology, the subtleties and nuances, how he tells compelling stories, how he uses emotional grabbers, how he presses emotional hot buttons. All of those things are super important. How he makes these compelling offers that makes you whip out your wallet and buy now. Because, before long, when you do that, you're going to find yourself writing copy that grabs the attention of the reader until the very last line of your copy, until they order your product or service. So be prepared, because this call is probably going to be the most power-packed call you've ever been on, and dare I say, the most important call of your life. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you, the greatest copywriter of all time, my mentor, Mr. Gary Halbert. Welcome, Gary.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to talk a little bit and before I address your questions, because I want to kind of motivate you to really learn this. I live in Miami, and every day on the eastern coast here in southern Florida, people wash ashore from other countries, mainly from Haiti and mainly from Cuba. I want you to imagine that two Cubans wash ashore on the same day, maybe 10 miles apart, but they're both barely alive, but they're healthy, okay, and they make it. One of those Cubans used to work as a dishwasher, and he found a way to rip off some of the guests at the hotel where he was, and he has $500,000 in a waterproof bag strapped to his body. He comes ashore with $500,000. The other guy comes ashore, and he doesn't have anything except a tattered pair of bathing trunks on. He has nothing whatsoever, except that he is a brain surgeon. He was a brain surgeon in Cuba. Now, let's fast forward to about 3 years from now and take a look at both of those guys. The first guy, the guy who had $500,000 that he stole, it would be my guess that he will no longer have his $5,000, that he'll have gone through it, he'll have partied his way through it, and now he will be scratching to make some money. He'll probably end up being something illegal in drugs. He'll probably be dead. He might be in jail or something, but he won't have much. The guy that came ashore with nothing, he'll live in one of the best sections of Miami. He'll maybe live in Coral Beach. He'll have a Mercedes, probably a great wife, the beginnings of a family, a very lucrative and high-paying career in a hospital, etc. The difference is that the guy the last guy I talked about came across with true wealth, the only wealth that really exists, which is the wealth between your ears. Somebody can take your money away, but if you have it between your ears, you can never be poor. You can only be broke, and that's always a temporary situation. And in my opinion, there is no more valuable skill in the world than to be able to write a written sales message. A written sales message is the basis of everything, from a television script to radio to newspaper ads to internet, et cetera, et cetera. I once did a seminar called it's the best seminar I ever gave, How to Write a Sales Letter That Will Make You Rich. And the word letter should have been changed to message. But if you can write a sales letter, and I've done it, you can literally reduce your overhead to like $1.19 for a legal pad and a couple of ballpoint pens. You can do it any place. You can do it from the rainforest, etc. A lot of people, if they're copywriters, they ask me, I'm a copywriter, how do I get clients? Well, that is an indication that he hasn't really learned his skill yet, because a good copywriter never even has to think about getting clients. If you want clients, if I wanted to work, I can guarantee you I could work 40 hours a day, 365 days a year, and never begin to scratch the surface of the number of people that want to hire me. About 3 weeks ago, I wanted to have a little extra money. I wrote an email. It took me 11 minutes to write it. So far, I've made $95,000 for it. I was just bored for a few minutes. You can really get to the point where you do that, too. Now, I could tell you all the successes I've had. A lot of people know about those. The most widely mailed letter in history that mailed 600 million copies, and a lot of things. But I'm telling you, you can do that from the jungles of Brazil. You can do it from a jail cell. It is a portable skill that is the most valuable skill you can ever learn. And if you learn it, I promise you, you can have anything in the world you want. You can use it to get yourself all the money in the world. You can use it to get yourself the finest specimen of the opposite sex you could possibly want. You can use it to produce presidential elections. I am literally begged by both parties, and I won't work for them, because I don't think if I worked for any of them that the party I worked for could lose an election. And so it's really worth learning to do this right. And I'd like to kind of to tell you something that I think what I try and do is I try and write in a way that has an impact on people. And I want to read 2 letters to you. And I start my seminars this way. And both of these letters are written to your mother. Whether she's living or dead, we're going to assume it doesn't matter. And I'm going to tell you, what I have everybody do is I give everybody 2 first-class stamps, 2 number 10 envelopes. I have them write the address in the upper left-hand corner of the envelope. And for anybody that's really a novice out there, that's the corner. We call that the corner card of the envelope. And I have them add one additional thing, which is the date and the day, because I never want them to forget this. And then I have the address to their mother, but to their own address. In other words, the seminar's, the attendee's address. And then I have them handwrite 2 letters to their mother. And I'm going to read to you the first letter. Dear Mom, I'm very busy right now, and I don't have time to call, so that's why I'm writing you this letter. You know, Mom, not only are you responsible for my very existence, you are also the nourishment that has made my life sparkle. I'm under a lot of stress right now, and for some reason, I started thinking about you. It has occurred to me maybe I haven't let you know recently how much I appreciate you and how much I love you. I especially like remembering you, and then I have them fill in something special, like on my 18th birthday when you gave me that gold Rolex watch, or whatever it was. Anyway, I'm going to make it a point to see you just as soon as I can, and then you sign love and your name. I have them fold that up, put it in the envelope, put a stamp on the envelope, and seal it. Then we do it all over again with the second envelope, and they write their name at the top of the envelope and the corner card, and below that they write the date and they write the time, which will be just a few minutes later. They address the envelope once again to their mom, to their home, and then they send me, they write another letter to their mom. This time it says, "Dear Mom, : if I weren't such a long way from home, I probably wouldn't have the guts to tell you this, but the following has been true ever since I was born. You have made my life a living hell. Every person I know has a mother that is superior to you in every positive way imaginable. You are nothing more than a wrinkled-up old bitch, and as far as I'm concerned, the biggest waste of skin God ever created. Speaking of God, as the good Lord knows, you're certainly not too mentally swift either. So just in case your low IQ keeps you from understanding what I'm trying to say, let me make it perfectly clear, ... and then we have a subhead. Eat shit and die. Please don't call or write me. I have no inclination whatsoever to communicate with you ever again. Reluctantly, your son or daughter," you sign your name, and then it says, "P.S. Dad sucks too." All right. I wish I could hear the reaction of people on the line listening to that, but I'm going to pretend I can, and I'm going to ask you the same questions that I ask the people in my seminar. First of all, I don't know if you can unmute this just for a second so I can get a reaction, but I want to know how many of you people on this call think that had your mother received one of those letters or the other, that there would be much of a difference in her reaction depending on which letter she got. Do any of you think that's true? Can you unmute it and have them tell me that?
Sure, just a sec. There we go.
Okay.
I don't think I can unmute because we have the call is so packed that we have so much feedback on the lines here.
I'm going to assume that most of you are smart enough to realize that there would be a dramatic difference in the reaction of your mother depending on which of those letters she got. And then I would ask all of the attendees, and I'm going to ask you, what is the difference in the cost between the two envelopes? Virtually none. What is the difference in the energy that it took you to address the two envelopes? Virtually none. What is the difference in the amount of postage you paid to mail those two envelopes? Virtually none. What is the difference in the cost of the sheet of paper upon which you wrote the letter? Virtually none. What is the difference in energy and time it took you to write that letter? Virtually none. All right? And yet, one of those letters would have created a great, warm, bonding feeling, and another would have caused despair and a great deal of grief and unhappiness. And what was the difference? There was only one difference in the world, and that's the words on a piece of paper. There is nothing in the world that is stronger than the words on a piece of paper. Whether they end up being spoken in a speech, delivered in a script or anything, but the written word is the strongest, most source of power in the entire universe. Now, I'm going to tell you something else before we get into questions. Really and truly, it doesn't matter after a degree how good of a writer you are. It depends, what you really want to be is a good knower. You need to know things that other people don't know. That will make the big difference between your response. Now, I'm going to give you an outlandish example. Let's suppose that you're at a New York cocktail party, very sophisticated, and there's a beautiful woman in there. And everybody is trying to hit on this beautiful woman. And there are guys go in there that tell her they can get her into show business. There are guys that tell her they are multimillionaires. There are young guys with ripped abs. There are guys that talk about their cars. You know, there are guys about how they own a modeling agency, et cetera, et cetera. but you have some special secret knowledge that nobody else in that all those guys trying to pick her up knows. And what you know is that she's a heroin addict and she's dying for a fix. So everybody can make their pitch, but you can walk over to her with a baggie of powder and show it to her and say, hey, I just scored some good skag. Would you like to try it out with me? That girl will be out the door with you in a split second because you hit what she really wanted. Now, that's an exaggerated thing, but I would rather make my points in an exaggerated way than have you not get them. So the first thing you need to know is you need to start knowing things. You need to know about people. You need to know about strategies. You need to know a lot of things that you don't know. I'm going to tell you a few of those things to get started. Let's suppose that you had a rich uncle who died and left you 1,000 homes all over the United States. And for some reason, they all had to be sold in 90 days, and they all had to be painted. And they could only be painted one color. Would you know what color to paint them? I would. You would have them painted yellow. Why is that? Because yellow is the color that has the most. What if to paint them, if you live in America, you should paint them silver? Because that's Americans' favorite color for cars right now. It's silver. This is an example of knowing things. You need to know those things. You need to study people. Now, I'll tell you some things that you don't know that were really important for you to know. Decades ago, Claude Hopkins conducted an experiment in newspapers in New York City with millions of circulation. And he was introducing a new product to market. You didn't have to pay to get a sample of this product because they knew that once you sampled this product, you would become a lifelong customer. So he divided the call to action into 3 cells. The first one was, it's easy to get your free sample of this product. All you have to do is write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it to us. As soon as we receive it, we'll send you the free sample. Cell 2, it's easy to get your free sample of this product. All you have to do is call such and such a number, give the operator who answers your name and address, and we'll send the product right out to you immediately. Cell number 3, it's easy to get your free sample of this new product. If you want, you can write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it to us, or you can call us and give the operator who answers your name and address. Either way you choose, as soon as we have your name and address, we'll send you the sample of the product. Now, I can't hear you, we can't talk, but I'm assuming you're still there. I always get the feeling that I'm talking to empty air when I do these calls. But assuming you're still there, I bet you would like to know the answer. And the answer is the call-only option triples the response for lead generation. Triples the response. Now, there is a reason for this. The other 2 responses allow the person the option of delay. And delay is the death of a sale. But wait a minute. That was done 50 or 60 years ago. What happened if it doesn't? Now, I've tested it 17 different times. And the phone-only option triples the response every single time. It triples it. I bet some of you didn't know that. So I'll tell you something else I bet some of you didn't know. And you need to start getting off your ass and finding these things out if you want to get world class. Did you know that more people will call a POTS number than a toll-free number? POTS means plain old telephone service. Do you know that if you live in the 702 area code and you ask people to call that number, you will get more calls, and they'll be free, than you will if you put an 888 or an 800 number? You take your own guess why. I don't know why. I know it's true. Agora Publishing knows it's true. We've just tested it over and over. My guess is that when the people call a toll-free number, they are afraid they're going to get a high-pressure salesman or they're going to get trapped in voicemail hell. But it really doesn't matter. I don't really care what the answer is. I only care that I know the answer, okay? Now, a bunch of you people are working online, and I'm going to let you in on a little inside secret. Ed Dale tracked me down one time, and he said he came over from Australia, and he said, I've been going every place and telling people I wanted to meet the best copywriter in the world. And he says, all roads seem to lead to you right here in this living room. And we talked. I said, that's very flattering. We talked for a little while. And I said, hey, Ed, you've got some websites, don't you? And he said, yeah, I've got 5 of them. I said, I'll bet you I can talk to you for 3 minutes and dramatically improve the response of each one of your websites, every one of them, no matter what they're selling. He had 5 websites. And I said, if I win, you owe me a dinner, right? He said, okay. And I said, do this. Don't take away the page that says, click here to order. By the way, if you've got a website and you've got a page that says, click here to order, you are throwing money away. You're throwing it away. And I said, here's what you do. You say, it's easy to order. Just pick up your phone and dial such and such a number and give the operator who answers, your ordering information. He made that change. And it worked so well, he went back to doing it the other way because he didn't want the rest of the online community to know what he was doing. And we talked on the phone, and I said, hey, Ed, do you owe me a dinner or not? And he says, I think I owe you dinners for the rest of your life. Because the least improvement that he made was 200%, and it went up to 1,000%. Now, for you online guys, there's some online secrets I am not going to tell you. I mean, you're not ready for that powerful of secrets, but I'm going to tell you one very powerful one. I'm going to tell you a couple of very powerful ones. One of them is you get somebody to come to your site, and a lot of people, and Michael, you did this at AskGaryHalbert.com, and I told you there was a fatal flaw, and I was going to tell you what it was?
That's right.
Okay. You said, put your name and email address here. That stops a monster percentage of people from going any further. Now, I myself signed up for Classmates.com, much to my dismay, as I'm sure a bunch of you others, because they never, ever stop hitting me. And people fear that. Now, you notice on my website, you can click here to view newsletter archives. And the other thing is click here if you want to be on my announcement list. Now, I have thousands of people on my announcement list because they've learned to trust me, but you don't have to be on my announcement list. You can just go there. You can just go to my website and read all the stuff, and I don't have to know your web address. So that is a killer. Now, you got a lot of questions, but instead of 500 questions now, you would probably have 3,000 questions.
Right.
If you hadn't put it there. Now, here's the other monster mistake, and I can see all your heads out there buzzing. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about, blah, 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 which is going to lead me to talking to efficiency versus effectiveness. But first, I'm going to tell you, if your website says click here to order, you are standing on a cliff throwing your money away. Because I will tell you something. Click here to order. How many people visit your order page and how many people order? I'll tell you what the average stats is. 1 out of 20 people who visit your order page order. Now, why would you guess that is? Do you think these people just like to window shop order pages? No, that's not it at all. The thing is, it is much easier to not fill that form of something they want than it is to make the telephone call. And you want to give them only the option of calling to get it. And people will say, but I want to capture their email. You want a sale, okay? So you make them call you. And another thing about order forms is everybody hates. Computers are completely unforgiving. You're going to ask them to type in their name, their address, a bunch of stuff, their credit card stuff, and if you transpose one number, bong, an error thing goes off. I know a guy, Scott Haynes, very good copywriter, very good friend of mine, wanted to order a piece of software and gave up after 17 tries. And the order form is an invitation to sales doom. Anybody that has a click here to order is throwing money away. But I'll tell you what, you guys think of, but it's so efficient. Now, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the difference between being efficient and being effective. I was born in Parkersburg, West Virginia. That is on the West Virginia side of the Ohio River. If you travel on the river 30 miles north and go to the other side, you will be in Marietta, Ohio. Now, the Mississippi River is possibly 1,000 miles west of the Ohio River. Now, I want you to imagine that two guys are in a canoe in the Mississippi River. And I don't care which way they're paddling, north or south. But they've learned how to paddle that canoe like pros. They have a perfect J stroke. You know, they hardly ripple the water. They get the most forward movement for the least energy expended. But they're very efficient. Just like everybody on the net is. They strive for efficiency. But guess what? They're never going to get to Marietta, Ohio. Because Marietta, Ohio ain't on the Mississippi River. Now let's put somebody in the Ohio River that doesn't even have a canoe. Let's put him on a log and make him paddle with his hands. This is about the least efficient way he could do it. But as long as he's going north, he's going to get to Marietta, Ohio. Because he's doing something that's effective. I wish I could get some feedback from you, but do you all understand the difference? You know, you strive to be effective. Efficiency is a bonus. But everybody on the web says, but this is so efficient, you know. You want to learn to do what is effective. Okay, that's a few opening comments, and now we'll answer some questions until I think of another rant to go off on.
Thanks, Gary. That was awesome. Thank you very much for sharing that. I have so many questions, as you know. I could have probably had more if I followed your advice.
Just hit them. We'll try them. Let me answer the question about long copy versus short copy.
This is the one question I think, out of 500, I probably got about 25% of it was just that one question.
First, I want to tell you that I think everybody that asked that question is a complete moron. But having said that, I'll try and redeem myself by explaining it to you. I want you to imagine that God came down from heaven. And if you have a wife or a girlfriend that you love, he took her away from you and you could never have her back. And he put 100 women on an island. And God said to you, I just feel like having some fun. And so because I feel like that, I'm going to make you select the woman you spend the rest of your life with from one of these 100 women. And just because I'm God and I'm feeling ornery, I'm going to make it a little bit more difficult for you. I'm not going to let you talk to any of these women on the phone. I'm not going to let you see a picture of them. I'm not going to let you see a videotape of them. Nothing. I'm going to ask every one of those women to write you a letter about herself, and from those 100 letters, you have to select the lady you're going to spend the rest of your life with. What do you want that letter to say? Hi, I'm Bunny. I'm an Aquarius and I like to walk on the beach in the moonlight? I don't think that's the kind of letter you want. I think you want to know everything about Bunny. I think you want to know how old she is, how tall she is, how much she weighs, what color hair she has, what her teeth are like. That's just physical stuff. You want to know what she's into, what kind of education she has, just everything. You're going to spend the rest of your life with this woman. I'm Bunny and I'm Aquarius doesn't get it. Does it? Now, let's bring that down to earth a little bit more because that's kind of exaggerated. Let's make it a car. And for some reason, you are no longer allowed to see the car that you're going to pick. The government came down and said, from now on, nobody can see a car before they buy it. They can't hear about it, anything. The car makers just send you a letter. Well, would you want to know about the car? Hey, this is a good car. It gets great miles per gallon, goes from 0 to 60 in 5.4 seconds, and it's real comfortable too. I don't think that's what you'd want I think you'd want a 50-page letter telling you everything there was to know about that car. And so it is with selling. The people who are not interested don't want to hear anything about what you have to say, won't read anything. To hell with them. We don't care about them. We're going after the buyers. One more illustration. I want you to imagine that an ad was written by me. I mean, it was just a brilliant ad, a brilliant headline, a brilliant copy. It just flowed, etc. And it was about knitting machines. Now, I'm guessing that most of the people on this call don't knit very often, unless Rosie Greer's on the call. I don't think you knit very often. And it wouldn't make any difference how much skill I used to write that letter. But let's take another scenario. Let's say that you're married, and for some reason you have to be away from your wife. You can't be at the hospital. And while you're gone, your wife gives birth to triplets. And some guy comes up to you and he's trying to communicate to you that your wife just has triplets, but his grammar is screwed up. His English is faulty. But is there any way he could communicate to you that your wife just had triplets that wouldn't be of interest to you? That's the difference between world-class response and all this mediocre stuff. It's knowing what's important to people. You know, you could write in pig Latin that your wife just had triplets. And you could be Shakespeare writing about the knitting machine. It wouldn't make any difference. You've got to know what's important to people. I didn't get very far before I stopped my rant, so I'll try a little harder this time.
That was a perfect explanation. Actually, Gary, I use that explanation when people ask me that question. And what I think really, what we should do with that question, anybody that asks that question, if they're in public, they should be slapped right across the mouth. There shouldn't even be any discussion. Or you should send them your cousin Guido.
Yes, or send Guido.
I have somebody commented about that, and we had a post on my copywritersboard.com. Somebody said, "I value my legs too much. I got to be on this call." Here's what I usually say.
By the way, that brings up another thing.
Sure.
Everybody in marketing, almost, is afraid to have a personality. That's what you need to have, a personality. You know, and everybody's trying so hard not to offend somebody. I believe what Dan Kennedy says, if you haven't offended somebody by noon, you're not a pro. You know, look, I have what I call the Boy George, John Wayne theory of marketing. You know, Boy George has his fans, and John Wayne has his fans. Now, never the twain shall meet. Some people like big macho guys that mow down Japanese people with machine guns, and other people like sexually confused singers who wear dresses. There's nothing wrong with either of them, but never the twain shall meet. And the thing about Boy George and the thing about John Wayne is they give you something to say yes or no to, don't they? You know, stop this nonsense of trying to please everybody. You can't do it. You give away thousands of dollar bills and you can't do it.
I think you said something in a seminar not too long ago or quite a while ago, I can't remember exactly when, but you said about people are so preoccupied about selling to the foxes without upsetting the dogs.
Oh, yeah, I said that when I wrote that personal ad that got me women from all over the world. There were a lot of fat, ugly women with mustaches that were offended by my ad. And I said, I didn't worry about offending the dogs. I concentrated on selling the foxes. And that's something you people should take to heart. Let's see how long I can go before I start another rant. Try a question. That's a perfect explanation. I just want to add my little comment is that I usually tell people, if you were a Stephen King fanatic, and the fact that you are a Stephen King fanatic, that means you are a person who is targeted for Stephen King books. Stephen King puts out a book, and it's 800 pages thick. Are you not going to buy it because it's too long? No.
Of course not. And not only that, you'll probably buy it, sit down, read it all in one single reading because you just absolutely love the stuff. You probably wish the book was either longer or you will reread the whole book again because it's so fascinating. And that's the key, is the fact that there's a difference between boring copy and long copy. Actually, I tell people there's a difference between long copy and long-winded copy.
Yes, that's a great way to put it. I'm going to take credit for that, though.
You sure can, Gary.
There'll be a point in time where I'll forget you said it, and I'll take credit for it. That's a great way to put it, Michael.
Well, there's another question that's sort of tied to that, Gary. One of the questions that was asked was, what's the difference between, or how can you write copy that's more that's cleaner, that's less hypey? Because a lot of people say they see a lot of hypey copy these days, especially online. So how can you tell the difference between, copy that's hypey? How can you write copy that's not as hypey, and for whom? And how do you make sure that you don't just tell outright lies?
Well, first of all, hypey copy is used by people who really don't know what they're writing about. And if they don't know what they're writing about, the more adjectives there will be in the copy. If you have a lot of compelling facts, you don't need hype. Now, hype has a place, I think, but it is not nearly where you think it should be. If you'll study the masters like Claude Hopkins or stuff, you won't say that's hypey copy. But the best letters, the best sales messages are really hard-hitting and dramatic without using all those adjectives. And the people are using the adjectives in place of substance. And that's the problem with most sales writing today. People don't do their homework. They don't fill it up with substance. And if you have a lot of substance, you don't need a lot of hype.
Well, actually, that's a perfect lead-in to the next question is, what are the biggest mistakes you see copywriters commit?
The biggest mistake that copywriters commit is they don't know how to do what they're doing.
That's well said.
And they don't study. I'm going to tell you a few things that there are a lot of ways to write a sales letter, and this is not the only way, and it is not the only good way. But it's the way John Carlton does it, and it's the way I do it. We write the bullets first. Because the only reason that people buy what you're selling from an ad, for the most part, is because of the quality of the bullets. Now, I have an ad in front of me that it's for a book I wrote called Killer Orgasms, How to Have the Best Sex Humanly Possible. It has 64 bullets in it. And about 14 of those bullets would be irresistible to me. But the point I want to make is a lot of people will buy something in a 14-page sales letter because they want to know the answer to one bullet. Now, I wrote a bullet for Entrepreneur Magazine one time, and this was back in the 80s when everybody was doing cocaine. And I wrote, fake cocaine, a legal substitute that fools everyone, even the experts. And do you know that for years, people were calling in to get that product just to find out what the hell that was? And I mean, it was buried in 150 other bullets. Now, this, the promo for this sex book contains 60 bullets, but I'm going to read the ones that I would want to know if I didn't know the answer. There's very few of them. The real reason why Prozac and Zoloft are so popular in this country. Almost no one, even doctors, understands the startling sexual implications. The single biggest sexual complaint women have about men. The single biggest sexual complaint men have about women. Now, I put a star by this one. A dead giveaway which proves a woman is faking her orgasms. Okay, I have to go to another. I'm skipping over a bunch, which I don't think. What lesbians know about sex, which men don't, and why more men today are losing their women to other women. The single most important thing a woman can do to make herself more attractive to the opposite sex. The single most important thing a man can do to make himself more attractive to the opposite sex. And this is the bullet, I believe, gets more people than anybody else, than any other bullet, to buy the book. 3 surefire ways to tell if your spouse or significant other has had sex with someone else in the last 24 hours. The number one rule, which absolutely must be observed for women to have a truly spectacular orgasm. Okay, and then there's a whole bunch of bullets I don't have a star by. Flirting secrets used by almost all women that 95% of men don't even recognize, and how it instantly makes sex 10 times more exciting when he does learn to recognize and understand these little-known secrets. The one best way to win the true undying love of a member of the opposite sex. I'm skipping over some of these because I'm considering this a PG call. A 15-minute change in the way you shower and dress, which may very likely double your attractiveness to the opposite sex. I'll skip that one. How to guarantee your lover almost never stops thinking about you, and how to make sure her thoughts are supercharged with passion and white-hot, smoldering anticipation. A very important but almost unknown trick which will end nagging on both sides of the relationship forever. Then there's a bunch more bullets I haven't X'd, and we come to one. The single most important thing a man can do to win a woman's love forever. The most important and most little-known quality a man must have if he wants to acquire a truly desirable woman and have any chance of success. Women will overlook everything except this. Okay, I have nothing else starred, but there's something really, really important about these bullets. None of them were hypey. And all of them are based on truth. And what you've got to know is you've got to know the truth. Now, if there are some women on this call, and they are listening to it with a man, you watch the woman when I tell the secret to the bullet, and they'll nod their head yes. Okay, a dead giveaway which proves if a woman is faking her orgasms. Do you know what that is? When women have orgasms, they always curl their toes. They can't help to do it. They can't help not do it. Okay, 3 surefire ways. How about if we just change that? 1 surefire way to tell if your spouse or significant other has had sex with someone else in the last 24 hours. Is there any hype in that? There's no hype in that at all, is there?
No.
But isn't that something you would really like to know? The one sure way to tell if your woman's had sex with another man in the last 24 hours? Well, there is a way. And I will tell you what it is. And you'll say, aha, as soon as I explain it to you. Let's suppose you or your wife or girlfriend is having an affair with somebody in the office. They leave the office, go to a motel, and they have sex. What's the first thing they do after they have sex? They take a shower. They take a shower to remove the evidence. They remove the makeup residue, the lipstick on the collar, the scent of the other person, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if your spouse or significant other is all of a sudden coming home freshly showered at times where she wouldn't be, like she wasn't at the gym or at a ballet class or nothing, the reason that she's taking those showers is to remove the evidence of an affair. Well, the thing is, what I'm trying to point out to you is these things are facts. And I've twisted them into bullets. And these are called blind bullets because I don't give away the secret. The number 1 rule, which absolutely must be observed for a woman to have a truly spectacular orgasm. And we're going to stop talking about sex here, folks, because I know some of you are shriveling up. But you know what that number 1 rule is? The woman has to feel absolutely safe. There's another one I like here. The one best way to win the true undying love of a member of the opposite sex, especially a woman, you know what that could be? I'll tell you what it is. Small, unexpected gifts. Not gifts that you give her for her birthday, not gifts for the wedding anniversary, just small, unexpected gifts that are special unto her. Like she likes to collect these little clay Peruvian figurines, and you seek out and find one. It might cost you $5, and you have it delivered to her with flowers, unexpectedly, out of the blue. And she will love you for that. And then there is one that it's not so much about sex as it is about relationship. And I'm gonna put on my relationship counselor hat here. And it says, a very important but almost unknown trick which will end nagging on both sides of a relationship forever. My girlfriend and I, actually she's my fiancée, is a woman who has the best heart I've ever met. She's also, at least to me, the most attractive woman I ever met. And I made a deal with her when we first started going out together 4 years ago, and I've never broken that deal. And she cannot imagine that a man would make such a deal with her. And here it is. The deal is, if I do anything that offends you or irritates you, you will only have to tell me about it once, and I will never do it again. Now, my girlfriend's Costa Rican, for example. Everybody in Costa Rica, they never eat with a hat on. So I take my hat off when I eat. Very simple thing. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to let this woman tell me I can never go out on one of my boats again or something like that, or I have to change my profession. But you know, the thing is, if you do things that irritate your loved one, and they're pretty easy to quit, most of them. You know, let's say that every day you come in the door and you take off your coat and you throw it on the floor, and it irritates the hell out of her. Just don't do it anymore. We have a contract with each other that we never do something that the other one expresses that causes them consternation. We never do it twice. And everybody can do that. But yet that made a great bullet. But behind that great bullet was a great truth. So I didn't have to use any hype to write this ad. Because do you understand? I was searching out strong truths, exciting truths, and then writing those exciting truths. And I didn't have to say a really killer way to have an explosive, mind-blowing relationship, you know, that sucks the air out of the room and then blah, 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 blah. You just make a simple statement of what that is. Now, when you write that, you should, I would suggest to all of you, start working on your bullets first. Because if everything about the bullets, your whole piece is about the bullets. That's what it's about. And the rest of the piece is to get them to attract their attention to read the bullets, and to attract their attention or to get them to believe the bullets. That's the only purpose of the rest of your letter. Actually, although there's a headline. For example, I worked for Sam and Leslie Fishbein. They had one furniture store in Denver. They've got either 5 or 7 now. And they only have you have what you have to sell, and that's all you have. So what they had is a wide selection of furniture, low prices, no money down, no interest, 2 years to pay, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What they had was what they had, and we call it the yada, yada, yada. That's what they got to sell. But the difference is, if you want to make it killer, you give the reader theater and reason why. Now, theater would be attaching a dollar bill to the top of the letter as a grabber. Oh, do you understand that? That would be theater. Theater would be attaching a real photograph to the top of the letter, or attaching a coin, or something like that. A reason why is why you're getting such a deal on this mattress. And one of the letters that we wrote told them that they got such a great deal on this mattress because we couldn't sell them on retail. Although the mattresses are perfect, we couldn't sell them at retail because the manufacturer screwed up and sewed the labels on backwards. That letter worked so well, we had the manufacturer sew the labels backwards on all the mattresses. And, or we would say that, it's been raining here lately, and we've got water damage on some of the furniture. And Sam would go up in the roof and drill a hole in it so that some of the water came down and screwed up some of the furniture. It's a variation, if you haven't read the Robert Collier book, of the scratch and dent cell. And that was the reason why. That's the first thing I described to you was theater. The second thing I described to you is reason why. But it all gets them to, when they read the yada yada yadas, to believe it and to understand it. By the way, I'd like to give a little bit of a pitch here.
Go ahead, Gary.
If I had to win a copywriting contest, or one of my children would die, the person I would least like to have as my opponent is a man named Gary Benzavinga. And he publishes Benzavinga's Bullets, and they are free. And if you don't read those, you are missing a monster asset.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
And the last bullet he wrote was about one of the most important words in advertising, which is because. And he articulated it better than anybody I've ever heard. And Gary Benzavinga and I have had a mutual fan club, respect for each other for years. And one of my proudest moments is every Thanksgiving he sends a big 1-ounce gold coin to somebody that's made a big difference in his life. And I got one of those coins, It's one of my most precious possessions. And I'll tell you one further story about Gary Benzavinga. Jay Abraham came to me, and he was showing me these financial sales letters that people were using to sell financial newsletters, et cetera. And I said, Jay, these things are working? Because I never knew anything about that field yet. And he said, why, yeah, you think you could do better? I said, Jay, I could do better than this in a coma. And I just cranked these out, one right after another, never had a loser. It was easy. It was falling down a log. And then I was sitting in my apartment, Oakwood Gardens apartment in Burbank, California, and I read my first letter ever written by Gary Benzavinga, and I almost vomited. You know why? Because vacation time was over. From now on, I had to work for a living when I was writing those things, because he's so damn good. It's ridiculous. So, and he's going to have a seminar
in May.
In May, and get your ass to that seminar. I'm going to pay to go there and be there. I mean, there are very few people for whom I will sit at the feet and learn, but I will sit at the feet for Gary Benzavinga. I know I don't have a JV deal with him.
I definitely will be there myself. If people want to subscribe to his newsletter, it's benzavingabullets.com. And the last one was exactly about that, the use of reasons why and the one word that can trigger the most response. And it was one of the questions that was asked a lot on that web page that we set up, Gary. And that leads me to a couple of things I wanted just to throw in here. A lot of people ask, what kind of scarcity tactics do you like to use? Because a lot of people nowadays, especially online, they go and visit this website that sells some kind of ebook that says, you've got to buy before X date, and people know that they've got this coding behind there that changes with every day whenever they visit the web page. So they say, are there any...
First, everybody knows that's a lie. And I don't think that you should write lies. Everybody knows if you say you'll only sell 500 and people order 700, you're going to take the other 200 orders. So stop doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're talking about scarcity, for your copywriting services, be good. There won't be any scarcity. I remember Denny Hatch used to write a newsletter called Who's Mailing What, and he mocked guys like me and Gary Benzavinga who said we couldn't take any more clients, that we were booked for a year. Hell, Gary Benza would be booked for 2 or 3 years in advance, the bastard.
So are there any other scarcity tactics, Gary, that you would like to propose?
Well, I'll tell you one, and it's an important one that I use, but it also, the tactics need to be based on truth. I tell people I can only take so many clients, and that's the truth. I only can. You know, I mean, I could write continually, but I like to take time out to see my girlfriend and my grandchildren once in a while, you know? So that the scarcity tactic, first of all, don't lie about it, because but I'll tell you one thing that I have learned to offer people. If you buy something from me, like a fairly expensive set of tapes that I have to sell, you know what you get with it? You get free access to me for an entire year to answer your marketing questions. They can't duplicate that on eBay.
Great. Good answer. Actually, one of the things that I wanted to go back on was the bullets, because one of the most common questions I've gotten is, Gary, a lot of the copy that you write, you seem to alternate your bullets between bold and unbold and so on and so forth.
It's a technique that provides eye relief.
Gotcha. Perfect. In terms of the headline, and I believe truly myself that the single greatest part of your copy, besides the bullets that you just mentioned, Gary, the single greatest part is the headline.
The headline is the single greatest part of the copy. By the way, I've got a great headline. I want somebody to help me fill in what comes after. Half-dead Cuban washes ashore in Miami with strange secret that can double the income of most U.S. citizens.
Awesome.
You know what the hottest headline I ever wrote was?
Well, that was one question. Go ahead.
Tova Borgnine swears under oath that her new perfume does not contain an illegal sexual stimulant. and the whole city of Los Angeles was saying, is the sexual stimulant legal? And we got 7,000 people to come out for her perfume launch, the biggest perfume launch in history, and we couldn't get any more in because the fire marshals wouldn't let any more people into the Century Plaza Hotel.
Wow.
And one of the subheads was, wife of famous movie star agrees to give away 1,000 samples of her new fragrance in order to prove it's really safe to wear in public. Little theater there.
Well, here's a question, actually, it was based on that. A question was specifically for Gary Halbert. Do you think in this extremely cynical age that your traditional Tova Borgnine style promotions are still valid?
That question is almost too moronic to answer. What I do was valid when people were carving out their messages on a chisel, on a piece of stone, and they will be valid 2,000 years from now, when everybody is getting text messages on microscopic cell phones embedded into your brain. Selling is selling is selling, and it's all the same. The Internet hasn't changed anything about selling. Let me tell you about selling. There's only 3 things involved. You have a product, a pitch, and a delivery system for the pitch. All the Internet is a delivery system for a pitch. That's what you need to remember. And people say, writing for the Internet, and I know you do that. It's no different than writing for the newspapers, which is no different from writing for direct mail, which is no different than writing from television. What makes a good pitch is what makes a good pitch. And let me tell you guys what you're all doing wrong, all the online community. Everybody's doing this wrong. You try and get something from the reader before you have delivered a lot of value he can't get anyplace else. I would venture to say I have one of the most profitable websites on the Internet. And I, honest to God, put that website up after I had received thousands and thousands and thousands of letters from people telling me how my life had changed, how my information had changed their lives. Mostly it was about money, but sometimes it saved them from committing suicide. It inspired them to go on and make it, save their marriage or whatever. And I thought, well, hell, if it's that valuable to people, I'm just going to start throwing it up on the Internet. And, I just started putting them up. And after about 2 or 3 months, people started writing me and said, don't you have anything to sell? I want to buy something from you. And they started working. The last time I sent a full-fledged newsletter out, my Alexa rating, jumps up and down, whether I'm putting stuff on the site or not. It was 1,630. And I don't even know how to link my website to somebody else. I don't even know how to work Google AdWords. I know a little bit about that. I don't even know how to maximize the effectiveness of a website. I don't know any of that stuff. You know why my newsletter is so popular? Because it contains content. And a lot of you dorks out there are trying to make a lot of money without first figuring out how to serve people.
Good point.
I get riled when I talk. I talk about sex and politics this way too. Actually, I don't.
Well, here's another, and you've probably nailed about a good 50 questions right there, Gary. But one of the questions about the headline was, a lot of people say they've seen so many of these very long headlines. First of all, are they still effective, and what kind of formula do you use whenever you write a headline?
Well, okay, I'm going to try and get down to the level of somebody who would ask such a question. I can get down to anybody's level. I just give myself a lobotomy here and lower my IQ about 70 points. Yes, long headlines are effective. Let me give you a few tips about headlines. If you're stuck, just start with the words how to. How to, and by the way, if you want to learn to write headlines, every one of you should have a copy of, I could never get it right, Julius Hadelman or Hadelman's Julius, The First 100 Million.
Right.
That's the basis of all good headline writing in America. Read The First 100 Million and you'll know everything you need to know for the rest of your life about writing headlines. And yes, long headlines do work, Patricia. Short headlines work too. For example, you'll see little ads and it will just say corns, ? Everybody's going to pass by that little ad unless they happen to have corns. And that's all it needed was that one word. If you're dealing with a junkie, you can say, want to score some heroin? ? That's long enough. But most of you probably aren't dealing with people who have corns or the addict market. And
I think John Carlton, whenever he says a great word, he calls it pithicizing, which is a big difference between being brief and being pithy, because there's a difference between trying to be short and not saying the message you need to say, rather than saying the message that you can say to the right kind of people in the shortest amount of words possible. And a lot of people, sometimes they have these very long headlines that are just, you fall asleep. And I agree with that because you just don't know how to write copy. But I've written headlines.
By the way, I'll tell you one of the big differences between the people who really make it in this business and the people who don't. The people who make it buy everything that's out there, buy every good guy there. You should have everything John Carlton ever produced.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I know, I trained him. Actually, that's not true. I did train him, but he was really good by the time he got to me.
Well, this is an important question because as we do, Gary, and as many of the people who do write good copy do, is that they have swipe files. And I have a cabinet that's just absolutely...
Stop. I got to stop you. I got to tell you a story.
Go ahead.
I swear to God this is true, and it's fresh. It's fresh off the press. Eric Weinstein, I don't know how many of you people know him, but he works in marketing, and he used to be my list broker back in Los Angeles and for a while here in Florida. And he called me up, and he said, Gary, I just got back from Switzerland. I'm not in the list broker business anymore. And I've got all these ads, in folders that and letters that are controls. He said, do you want them? Because I'm going to throw them out. I said, do I want them? I sent a guy up to get them. He just brought them back. There's 200 folders of winning tested advertising people. 200 folders. They're sitting in my other room right now. That story's 3 days old. Was that, do I want them? No, oh no,
But Gary, you sell a swipe file resource yourself? I do. I don't want to turn this into a pitch because I really don't. But I will tell you this: I've given a lot of seminars, but the best one I ever gave in my life, I don't know why it is. I was just at concert pitch, and it was, nobody tells everything they know, but this time I said to hell with it. And I gave it in Miami Beach. It was called How to Write a Sales Letter That Will Make You Rich. And it was the best on copywriting that either me or anybody's ever given. That's the first time the 2 mother letters I brought out, And I'll tell you something. I was scared when I dictated those letters, made it write it, because I thought people were going to throw stones at me. When I said, you're nothing but a wrinkled up old bitch, eat shit and die. But it got the point across. And by the way, I want to make a point about getting the point across. If you're a scuba diver, you don't have to learn very much. But the things that you need to learn, the half dozen things you need to learn, you better learn them. Because if you don't, you're going to die. And one of those things is you learn that you don't hold your breath underwater. Now I'm going to explain to you exactly why. Let's suppose that you dive off a little cliff into the ocean that's really deep, and you hold your breath. You have no scuba gear on. You take a big breath, and you fill your lungs to satiety. In other words, you fill them as large as they'll go. We're all inclined to do that. Now, as you go down and the water pressure pushes against your lungs, the area in there will get smaller and smaller and smaller. That's okay, because as you come up, you're kicking your way to the surface, there's less pressure and your lungs get bigger and bigger as the pressure gets less and less. And by the time you return to the surface, your lungs are the same size as they were when you dove in. Everything's fine. Now, but let's say that you're 60 feet down and you want to get to the surface real quick, and you take a great big gulp of air and you fill your lungs to satiety. Well, since the water pressure is compressing the size of your lungs, you have taken in 5 times as much air as you could take in if you were on the surface. You hold in your breath instead of breathing, and as you go up, the pressure lessens, and your lungs expand and expand and expand. The air expands till your lungs can't expand anymore, and then the air goes through your lungs into your bloodstream and into your brain and other places, and either cripples or kills you. So you'll notice that when I make a point, I'm not really shy about it. I try and hammer it home. But here's the point. I look at teaching people copy like I'm trying to save their financial life. Because if you guys don't learn to write copy, you know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to work for a living. And if you have to work for a living, it's going to kill you. But the same with scuba diving. So if I am teaching someone to scuba dive, I make damn sure I don't just say, by the way, don't ever hold your breath when you're underwater. Got that? Fine. Okay. And go on to the next thing. No. I make sure they understand that. Because in marketing, there's only a dozen or so things you got to get right. But you really, really have to get them right. You can't paddle up or down the Mississippi River and get to Marietta, Ohio. That's an important point, because one of the things that Peter Stone, a guy that actually is the foundation of this call, the guy that actually helped to put this together.
Yeah, he did.
He said something that was phenomenal. And a lot of people heard this before. You've probably heard the saying that good copy is the temporary suspension of disbelief, where Peter Stone says good copy is the temporary suspension of critical thinking. And the reason why he said that is because a lot of people were asking questions like, on the board that he's a moderator of, that he's one of my moderators. A question people ask is, why do you have to explain so much in great detail? And I think the best thing that I can say whenever I try to explain that, I use Peter's quote, but at the same time I say, if you have to write copy and you leave out stuff where people have to think by themselves, they're going to naturally be inclined to think about all the negative stuff as well, and all the things that could be easily get them to confuse what you're trying to say.
That's true, but that's part of the story. Now, you got one part of it exactly right. Confused prospects never buy.
Exactly.
But details convince people. And let's talk about credibility. That was one of the questions on the site, the credibility and believability. If you have a retail location, you tell them, we're located at 123 Main Street, right across from the police station, next to the public library. And you tell them your telephone number with the area code. It's 216-834-9067. We're open from 9 o'clock in the morning to 5:30 p.m. Pacific Coast time, but we're never open on Saturdays and Sundays. You tell them specifics build believability, and you got to understand something. All of us, like I know a great deal about marketing. I can hardly function otherwise. God, most of the time, He apportioned skills for people. You get so much skill to balance your checkbook, so much skill to get your laundry done, so much skill He gave 99% of it all to me for marketing. And I just stumble through life, I'm as dysfunctional as any human being on earth except Jay Abraham, who's totally dysfunctional. Okay? But, I bought a really neat little thing from Sharper Image. It was the size of a stick of gum. It is a tape recorder. And as soon as I opened the instruction book, I went into a rage. You know what it said? How to set the clock and calendar. I don't want a tape recorder that I want a catalog of stuff that I would like to see a catalog the title of Stuff That Only Does One Thing. And because that's all I can handle. I can't play my VCR. I have a 72-inch direct view screen, not projection. And it's got a VCR and a CD or DVD player. And I don't know how to play it. So you know what I did? You know what my solution was? I went out and bought another 19-inch screen that has these two little slots. You stick the DVD in one and the VHS in the other. Now, I work with a guy who is literally a rocket scientist. He's worked 20 years at NASA, and he laughs at me and makes these things work. But I can't make nothing work, and now they want more. By the way, I have a challenge. If there's anybody out there, anybody on this call that wants to endear themselves to me, I want somebody to find me something. And here's what it is. I never answer my messages that I get on my cell phone. I never answer messages that I get on my home phone. I do not know how to answer messages on those phones. I don't want to come home and know them. And I don't even want to know that people called. I want a cell phone that has no features whatsoever. It won't take a picture. It won't do caller ID. It won't store numbers. It won't let me put my to-do list in there. It won't function as a PDA. It won't let me put a calendar, nothing. If you call me on my cell phone and I'm there and I can answer it, we'll talk. But if I don't answer it, I want to never know you called. Do you understand? And I want to be able to call out and take calls in. That's all I want, a featureless cell phone. I got on a plane to Los Angeles, where my children are, from Miami. It's 5 hours. I decided to read this is really off the subject, but I decided to read all of the features. I said, I'm going to read this book. I'm going to read it. Well, I learned there's certain laws about electronic things when you explain them. First of all, they have to be written in 17 different languages. Secondly, they have to be written in half-point type. Thirdly, all these obscure government regulations have to be explained before you could get to the meat of it. And with my phone, you could do all these amazing things. You could find out the humidity in Paris, how deep you are underwater, how high you are if you're climbing a mountain, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But and some of you already know about this, it has 3 video games on it, and one of them is Snake. And the way it works is you feed the snake and his tail gets bigger or something like that. And I was bitching about this at a coffee shop the next day in L.A., and the pretty young girl said to me, "Oh, you've got Snake? Oh, me and all my friends have it too." I was a member of an N club because I had a cell phone that you could play Snake on. That is not the way I want the world to work. I want the world to be a Zippo lighter, not a Zippo lighter that's a compass that you can access your email with, and I'm done with that. Forget it.
But you drove the point home very well, Gary, because I think that the idea is that whenever you write copy, some people tend to, whenever they try to get all those details, the point is you want to be as not only as specific as possible, but you literally want to take the person by the hand and take them through the copy. In fact, one of the questions was, how do you keep going from one paragraph to the other? What happens, for example, if you have writer's block?
I never have writer's block, and I can teach all of you how to never have writer's block. Never. I can do it in 30 seconds. You believe that? Here's what you do. You write something that you know to write. I want to tell you about a new blender that, and you're stuck right there. What you do is you write blah, 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 blah. I don't care, and you never stop writing blah till it occurs to you that I want to tell you about a blender that blends not only vegetables and fruits, but also walnuts and casserole and blah, blah, blah. And you keep writing. The thing is, what stops writer's block is movement. You just keep writing blah, 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 blah. And that writer's block will go away every single time. The movement of your hand across that piece of paper or the typewriter keyboard will blah, 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 blah.
Well, that's interesting because I think that's a good point to make, because a lot of people tend to use to confuse between copywriter and copy editor. You know, they put on their editing hat rather than a copywriting hat.
They put it on too soon. You need both. But you know, when you're writing, the thing. Let me tell you something that John Carlton and I don't have that everybody else has. I don't think Benzavinga has it. But there is nothing, no impediment between our brain and our hand. There are no clots whatsoever. And you shouldn't be thinking about whether this is true, whether this will offend a regulatory agency. You should just write your first draft as blazingly fast as you can write it. The faster you write it, the better it will be. And write it as though God gave you permission to write anything. Then, of course, just because you write it, remember this, all of you, get this in your head. Just because you've written something doesn't mean you're going to mail it or publish it. It's a draft. And don't take the enthusiasm out of the draft. Don't kill the baby aborting. And I'll give you another rule for your relationships with your friends, your creative friends. When you first start talking about an idea, and another guy says, well, let me be the devil's advocate for a minute. Hit him in the teeth as hard as you can, right there. Just hit him as hard as you can and kick him out of the room because he doesn't deserve to live, and certainly not be in a room with real creative people. There is a place for devil's advocates, but not while the baby is aborting. The ideas are hard enough to come up with anyway.
Good point. That's an excellent answer, Gary. Thank you so much for sharing that. I think also another question that's sort of part of that was, what kind of exercises should people do to get into the flow and to get into the mind of a good, great copywriter that writes like
they should write his letters out in longhand. Every one of you should write a letter out in longhand every day. Hey, but before I forget, I want to make an offer to everybody on this call. It's a free offer. Is that okay for me to do that?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Gary.
I can teach each one of you how to at least triple your internet profits. And you can do it with a metal object. I cannot send you this metal object through the net. I have to mail it to you. So here's what you do. Write to Roxanne at theGaryHalbertLetter.com. Roxanne@thegaryhalbertletter.com and put your snail mail address there, and I will send you this metal object, and explain to you how to use it, and I guarantee it will triple your profits. Now, this is not necessary, but if you trust me, I would also like you to put your telephone and fax number there. And I don't abuse anybody's information. You know me, I don't send emails every day or anything. But if we have to check if the package got to you or fax you, you don't have to do that. But I do have to have your snail mail address. And I will mail this metal object out to you right away and teach you how to use it. And I guarantee you will triple the profits of your website. How's that for a guarantee?
That's awesome. Actually, that's leading into the next question is, and I know you talked a little bit about this in the past, Gary, about how to structure a really good guarantee. And I think there was a double your money back guarantee process that you've talked about a while back. I can't remember the seminar that I was at that you spoke about.
I do a lot of double your money back guarantees.
And what is your technique for writing a good guarantee?
Well,
what's your best guarantee?
I did that. I first did that when I was working as an outside consultant for Entrepreneur Magazine for Chase Ravel. And they were publishing these reports that sold for about $60 or $70 on how to make money in the florist business or how to start a balloon vending business. And the first half of the report was generic, talking about getting your business card, getting your business license, et cetera, et cetera. And then the second half of the report told you how to do things that were specific to that particular business. And they were getting clobbered by their refund rate. And I said, well, I'll fix it for you. And they said, how are you going to do it? And I said, I'm going to make it a double your money back refund, but I'm going to make it conditional. And here was the conditions. You send this, you say, as long as you do it exactly as we tell you to do, we guarantee you will make a profit at this business. And when you send the book out that says, okay, the first thing you have to do is you have to get a business license. The second thing you have to do is get stationery and envelopes and business cards printed up. And blah, blah, blah. And said, okay, if you give this a fair trial for 60 days and it doesn't make any money, send us back a short written note telling us you filed all the instructions, and write that note on your stationery, include a photocopy of your business license and your business card. And that stopped refunds. It increased sales by 50% and almost eliminated refunds. Because when people want a refund, I'll tell you when they decide to get a refund. The moment they're ordering. There are some cases when you send them garbage, they want their money back. But for the most part, the person who wants a refund knows that when he is ordering. Now, here's the way I do it on diets. A lot of times I'll say, we can't make a lot of claims for this diet because it has not been inspected by the FTC. All the information is what's called anecdotal. But we believe in this product very strongly. So we're going to send you this diet pill. You use it twice a day and follow the simple instructions. Use it for 60 days. And if it doesn't take off weight more than anything before, send it back. Send the empty container back, and with a note telling us you followed the instruction. And with a note, we send this with a product, telling us that you took the pills twice a day and walked for half a day as instructed, and give us the name and the address of your doctor and the approximate date you went to him to get his approval to start this diet program. Now, that might seem tricky, but what's the alphabet agency going to say to you? Well, you told her to go to a doctor before she starts the diet program. Well, it's kind of irresponsible not to, isn't it? But nobody does it. And I'll tell you another thing about refunds. The longer the refund period is, the fewer the refunds you will have. The worst thing you could do is you see ads with a 10-day money-back guarantee. That puts a deadline right in their head. Oh, I've only got 4 more days to return this. Put a 6-month or a year guarantee in there. Do you think anybody gets a 6-month guarantee and looks at their calendar and flips 6 months ahead and says, last day to return widget ABC to Michel Fortin for refund? No, they don't. The longer the guarantee period, the fewer the refunds. The double your money back guarantee should always be a conditional thing. But I've seen guys try to copy what I'm teaching you now, and they would make ridiculous demands. Show me the insertion orders that you use to send the ad in, send the time, blah, blah, blah. I don't ask them to do anything outrageous. It's not outrageous to ask somebody to tell them, before you start this diet program, visit your doctor, make sure there are no underlying health conditions why you shouldn't be on this or any other diet program. That's pretty reasonable, isn't it? And and it's pretty reasonable to tell somebody, don't go into business without getting a business license and stationery. But they don't do it. So the refunds go way down. Now, let me tell you what to do, though, from a practical nature. Somebody wants to double your money back refund. First, you refund them every cent they paid. You do that without question. And then you tell them, but if they want to double your money back refund, you're going to stand behind the guarantee, but to furnish you with that information.
Awesome. That was great. Thanks, Gary. A question also that a lot of people have asked was, I have, for example, a high-ticket product, a $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 product. And some people said, well, I have also a free ebook that I'm giving away. How much copy or what kind of copy should I use for selling a high-ticket product versus a free product or a free giveaway?
Well, first of all, that's really a good question. That's a very, very good question, and I'm going to give you a really great answer to it. And this is right out of recent experience. I was selling something recently that cost $5,000. And I wrote a full-page newspaper ad, like 2,000 words of copy. All I wanted them to do is to call an 800 number, give their name and address to receive a free book. And the free book was filled with really valuable information. And the last half of the book told you, or the last probably 25% of the book, 10% of the book probably, last 10%, told you how you could order, if you were interested, you could order the multi-$1,000 product. Now I'm going to tell you the exact figures on that when we did it in direct mail. When we did it in direct mail, it cost us about $1 a piece to mail the letters. So 1,000 letters cost us $1,000, right? We would get an average of a 7% response. We mailed 1,000 letters, we'd get 70 replies. For each one of those replies to send them, we spent $10 working them, and we sent it Federal Express with a dollar bill letter attached. A dollar attached, because it cost us $10. In other words, the 70 replies cost us $10 a piece. So we've got $1,700 in the promotion. Am I making that clear enough?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you know what we got from that? Exactly a 7% response. 7% of the 70% people. In other words, we got 5 orders from the initial 1,000 at $5,000 a piece. $25,000 for spending $1,700.
Wow.
So, and here's something that people forget, and you never want to forget this. When you're going for leads, write long copy just as hard and as long, as strong as if you were going for a $10,000 sale. No lead, no sale, right?
Right.
Sell the hell out of getting them to give you that name and their name and address that you can mail them something to.
Well, I think it comes back to what you were saying at the beginning, Gary, that people...
Oh, by the way, and it is better to be redundant than it is to be remiss.
Good point.
And in light of that factor, I'm going to say it once again. You want to triple your website profits? I will send you something free and tell you how to use it to triple your website profits. And I don't make empty claims. all you have to do is send your snail mail address to Roxanne at the Gary Halbert letter, I guess at AOL.com. Roxanne at the Gary Halbert letter at AOL.com, and just write John Jones, 123 Elm Street, Massillon, Ohio, 44646, and we'll put it in the mail to you right away. It's a piece of, it's a metal object, and I would appreciate it if you would send your fax and telephone number, but if you're skeptical, you don't have to.
And if they're ever stuck, or if the email comes back for whatever reason, they can send it to Michael at AskGaryHalbert.com, and I'll forward it to the proper people. Is that okay, Gary?
Sure.
Okay. One question I've also had asked a lot is the fact that telling a good, compelling story, and this is something that I've been preaching for gosh knows how long, because a lot of people ask me, how to write good copy, and I usually say it's because you have to be a good salesperson. Writing copy is just the writing extension of being a good salesperson. But every good salesperson and every good copywriter is a good storyteller. And
you know what happened to me recently, about 6 months ago?
No.
I was really sick, and I was in the hospital. And there was a woman there that was, helping me. And I was only in the hospital for a short period of time. And she was a Haitian woman. She said she wanted to talk to me because she knew I was being discharged. And would I talk to her for a few minutes? And I got out, and she said, I want to give you something. And she gave me 5 of these little pills, and she says, I guarantee you they're perfectly safe. They won't do anything but good for you. And she said, they come from my country, and we have an evil saint over there. They do. It's called Baron Samedi. And I know this sounds like superstitious stuff to you, but if you'll take one of these pills every day for the next 5 days, you're going to feel immensely better. And so I figured, what the hell, this woman isn't going to poison me. And I took one of those pills, every one for the next 5 days. Now, these machines in the gyms, that's a tricep pull down, and there's a bunch of plates, then there's a pulley that goes up and comes around a metal, what do you call it? I can't think of the name. It goes around, comes down. The cable comes up around the pulley. And there's a couple of bars on it. And how much weight you want to lift. If you want to lift just one plate, there's a pin. You put it right underneath the first pin, and you push this weight down to your waist. With both hands, your arms are straight out from your waist, and then to work your triceps, you push it down to your waist, bring it down to your thigh. Then you bring it back up to your waist, and you push it back down. Then you bring it right up, and you push it back down. And my goal for a long time was to be able to do half of the weight on that rack, half of all the weight on there. And I used those pills, and I felt so much better after the 5 days. I went back and asked her if I could get some more. And she wasn't trying to screw me out of money, and I had to pay a little bit to get the pills. And you know what I did 3 days ago?
No.
I went to the gym. I put the pin under the last weight, so it was all the weight on there. And I brought it down, all the weight on there, and I repped it 30 times.
Wow.
Yeah, I got you, doll, didn't I?
The question is, what are those pills?
Actually, I can rep those weights 30 times, and there is such a pill, but I didn't get it from a Haitian woman. But I was just illustrating the correctness that people have lost the art of storytelling.
Well, you just kept me riveted there whenever you were telling me that. And it's sort of what John Carlton says. If you were to sell something, don't think about selling it in a business room or something. Think about it, meeting your friend at a bar somewhere, just shooting the breeze. And there's a product that you have that you're so excited about. What would you say to that person? Would you, use this third-person, highfalutin corporate speak, or would you be personable and tell stories about it? Hey, but this is what happened to me the other day, or guess what happened to me, or whatever. And this is something I think a lot of people are missing in their copy, especially one of the questions I get in the list of questions that we've gotten was, a lot of people say, well, I don't have a story to tell. How do I come up with a story?
Well, you do have a story to tell. You haven't done enough research. There's a story within everything. John's one-legged golfer ad is, he dug for 3 days interviewing those people until one of them mentioned, well, he's only got one leg. And John said, what? This guy's hitting the ball 350 straight yards down the fairway with and he's only got one leg, and you didn't think that was important enough to mention? Then the headline became one-legged golfer,
Yeah, well, that's exactly what.
And if you don't have a story, you haven't dug hard enough. And remember this: when Claude Hopkins was asked to do a beer commercial, he couldn't find anything that would distinguish that beer from the others as far as telling the story. But he noted all the precautions they took to make that beer clean and sterile, and he told that story. Now, all the other beer companies did the same thing, but he's the only one that told the story, and he put that beer on the map. There is a story in everything, but you got to dig for it. And one thing, what do most copywriters do wrong? They don't work.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't work. They're looking for an easy way, a magic pill, a freebie, blah, blah, blah. You got to put your ass into this. You got to live it. You got to become obsessed by it, but it's worth it.
Well, this is a question I was also asked was, how do you get in the mind of the prospect?
Well, I remember reading that question. And a related question was, how important do you think it is to interview the prospect?
Yes.
Now, the person that asked that question should also be beaten. We should have. I wish there were a way that we had. I think there are stupid questions. Everybody said no question is stupid. And, if you don't know the answer, I disagree. I think that's a stupid question. But I'm going to give an answer anyway. You get into the mind of your prospect by hanging out with them, by interviewing them, by reading about them, by asking questions about them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You get it by work, and you don't get it by guessing what they're like. And a big mistake everybody makes is they presume that everybody else thinks the way they do about things. And they don't. They don't. They think very, very differently about things. I had an experience yesterday. It was kind of sobering. Sometimes it's difficult to call to my girlfriend in Costa Rica and for her to call me because the phone service is not perfect. So I have a voicemail that there's no phone to the voicemail, but I leave messages for her and she leaves messages for me back, and we can't get to each other. And I mistakenly, I forgot that Sunday was her birthday. God forgive me. And she had told me, and this is another example of my stupidity, that her birthday was going to be Sunday, but she didn't care about birthdays. Well, Sunday she calls me up. She calls the voicemail and says, today is my birthday, and everybody's been calling me to say happy birthday, and all my family and all my friends. But the call I wanted was from my quarter zone, and I call here, and there's no message because I changed the message to, hi, this is Gary. If you'll leave your name and number, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. And she said, and she just called and said, my name is Syrian Piedra. My number is 833-0754. Please call me when you can on her birthday. Well, that's a little sign that I'd screwed up. So but I hadn't changed the method, even though I went out and bought her some nice birthday things and everything. And she called up, and see, I thought it'd be efficient if I could use that voicemail when people want to call me, because other than email, there's no way to get to me. Unless you just magically call me and I happen to be home. It's because I get an average of 600 calls a week. I can't take it. But I thought, it'd be efficient if somebody wanted to know my number, I'd give them that number, for a couple of days. Well, it was efficient. But you know what? I can get another voicemail for $7 a month. And you know what my girlfriend thinks of? That's her voicemail. That's hers. It doesn't matter that I spent hundreds of dollars buying her a gift. It doesn't matter that I had me and my friend Hank sing happy birthday after she bitched about it. That was her email. That was her voicemail. You get it? That was hers.
Mm-hmm.
And here I was using it as a convenient method for other people to leave me messages. So just because I've gotten older doesn't mean I've gotten smarter.
Great, Gary. Thank you. That was awesome. I think one of the things that a lot of people also tend to forget especially when they're writing copy, is there's always a good hook lying somewhere. John Carlton is a big preacher of finding the hook, the one thing.
He's as good as they get at finding them, man.
And the thing that I also tend to do a lot is to not only interview the client or interview the prospect, but at the same time is to get to use the product as much as I possibly can. And a lot of people tend to say, well, I don't think my client's going to do this or my client's going to do that. Kennedy says it best. He says that people have this tendency, this error, to think that they are their own client when they're not. You're never your own client.
Well, first of all, only about half the time do I do a job that people hire me to do. Instead, I do the job they need done. They don't know what job it is they need done. That's why I haven't taken very many questions, because most of the people listening to me don't know the right questions to ask. And that's no sin. Nobody does in the beginning, of anything.
Well, it's a great thing, and I want to stop you, Gary, for a sec, because one of the questions I thought that was stupid for me was, I have a product. How do I sell it? And I almost feel like sending them your newsletter issue about a starving crowd.
Well, you're free to send it to them, but, people think if you're a good enough copywriter, you can sell anything to anybody. And I really cannot sell refrigerators to Eskimos. I can con them, I can lie to them and make them think they're space heaters. But the market is the very most important thing. And another piece of advice I'm going to give, and I want to say a couple things that are really important to get in before this call is over. Every one of you should have the SRDS mailing list book.
Mm-hmm.
You can get it online. You can get it at the library. It's non-circulating. And it tells you about every mailing list available in the United States, tells you how big the list is, how fresh the list is, and what the unit of sale was. Now, there's a big difference between this list and Google AdWords or anything like that, because this isn't a list of what people like or are interested in. It's what they paid for. It's what they will pay for. And even if you're on the net, this is more valuable than any other resource. Actually, you can get this on the net. There's nothing as valuable as that. And I'm going to tell all of you how to tell if you are worthy of the title copywriter. Every one of you. If you can't pass this test, you should never take $1 from anybody else for writing copy from them. You should go through the SRDS mailing list book and pick out what you think is the hottest list you can find. The list of the hungriest fish out there. And you should conceptualize an information product for that list. And then you should make a mailing to that list to sell that information product. And let me tell you a really cheap way to get an information product. And, this is one thing I learned from Jay Abraham. He's the best guy in the world to brainstorm with. And Jay Abraham taught me how to work with him. I made $750,000 brainstorming with Jay for 30 minutes. Me and John Carlton, with a copywriter, I went out and mailed 800 letters and made $750,000. The guy's brilliant.
Wow.
But Eric taught me how to work with him. If you're going to ever work with Jay, you get him in a hotel room, you make everybody turn off all the cell phones. By the way, Ron LeGrand says you can guess the person's amount of money in their bank account by how many times their cell phone goes off when you're talking to them. It should never go off. It's an insult. But anyway, You put Jay in the hotel room. You have two big, strong guys in the limo. Go get him. You bring him to the hotel room. You lock the door. You take the phone off the hook. You stop all calls, and you interview him. And you have a tape recorder on. And the first time Jay says, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I've got a letter that explains that back at the office, and I'll mail it to you as soon as I get back. You have the big guys hit him in the mouth a few times. Because what you don't get from Jay in that room, you're not going to get from him. So I don't know what that related to. I was babbling on about
No, that's about brainstorming, which is good.
Oh, yeah.
About coming up with a good hook or a good story or when people have a hard time, even coming back to the issue of writer's block, because some people say, well, I don't have either a USP or I don't have a hook, or I'm writing copy for somebody else. What do I do to find that one hook? And I think brainstorming is a good point.
See, what a lot of you people on this call are doing is you're censoring yourself, figuring the client's not going to like this, his wife's not going to like this, this is not going to get by the regulatory agencies. You have a built-in censor. You got to kill that built-in censor. Just write full out right from the beginning. And the way you get the answers to this thing is you get his product, you get his testimonials, you get all his previous advertisements, all his previous controls, you interview him, you interview his men, you interview the customers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Writing is like the tip of an iceberg. I did a piece for Donna Mills, who was the star of Knots Landing, and she was selling a beauty product for the eyes. And I was out in Santa Monica, California, doing it, and I just interviewed her. She was a really sweet lady. And somebody said, man, you're really good. And they said, you're fast, too. He said, how long did it take you to write that ad? And I said, 33 years and 45 minutes.
Perfect.
And that was it. And what you got to do is, John has something like, I would like to play the guitar like John Carlton can. He knows every song in the world. He can make the guitar talk. And I tell him I want to do that. And what's the secret? And he says, when a new guy tells an old hand that plays the guitar, he's taking up the guitar, they ask him two questions, and the first question is a trick question. How many lessons do you take a week? And it doesn't matter what the answer is. And then it says, how many hours do you practice a day? And John says, and it's true, this is the answer to a lot of things, 10,000 hours. And I sat and figured out, I wrote winners before I became Gary Halbert. I first found my voice in the mid-1970s, and I had been writing since 1968. And it came out to about 10,000 hours. You better put your 10,000 hours in, because you ain't going to do it otherwise. If you want to write copy like Benzavenga, Halbert, Carlton, Scott Haynes, a few other people, about 10,000 hours from now, if you put it in, you'll have it. And you need to start tomorrow. What you need to do is start with my letters or somebody's letters, and you need to write them out in your own handwriting, and you should do that every working day for the rest of your life, or at least until you got 10,000 hours. See, I don't use templates anymore because they're all embedded in my wiring. But most of you are not there yet, and you've got to get that embedded in your wiring.
I think it's a good point to also say that you've got to start right away. One of the things I've learned that, well, I wouldn't say I've learned it, but somebody that really hit me in the back of the head with a hammer about it is something John Reese taught me when I was writing copy for him, and actually when I saw him speak at a seminar, was, if you want to learn how to write copy, write anything and put it up on the internet, and realize that is going to be the worst it's ever going to be. Now your job is to improve the sucker.
John's a genius. He's got it exactly right. He's a genius. He's got it exactly right.
Because a lot of people ask me, how do you become a great copywriter like you, Michael? And I would answer, not necessarily the same way you just did, Gary, but I would say, I'm not a really good copywriter. I'm a fanatical tester, and I've written copy for fanatical testers. And I've been lucky enough and privileged enough to have written copy. I've written copy that sucks, and I've written copy that were winners. But when I write copy for testers, I know what works and I know what doesn't, and I just keep on improving it. And John Reese really hit me in the back of the head with that hammer, because a lot of times, sometimes in that, it comes back to what you were saying about censoring. Sometimes I would write a sales letter, and I would go back and just, pull my hair out because I'm trying to figure out, is there a better way of saying this? Who cares? Put it up, test the sucker, and improve on it. It's the worst it's going to ever be.
Well, I'll tell you what, Michael, you may have made the most important point of the evening. My friend Joaquin de Posada puts it another way pretty succinctly. Anything worth doing is worth doing poorly. And, I used to never want to do anything unless I was already good at it. Well, you're never already good at anything. Your first time out the box.
Right.
There was a pro playing in a pro-am tournament, and the amateur said, "I'm embarrassed to play with you." And he said, "Why?" He says, "Because your tee shots are straight down the middle." He says, "Your approach shots from, fairway shots are great. You're great around the green. You're a great putter." And the pro said to him, "Well, don't you think it would be a little strange after 20 years if I didn't play like this?" And the amateur was comparing himself to somebody who had done the 10,000 hours.
Right.
And I want to make what I think is a point of supreme importance. The acceleration of the acceleration is accelerating. That's my way of saying it. There is no way that anybody on this call knows what they're going to be doing 24 hours from now, 5 years from now, 5 months from now, 5 hours from now. You can have a Christopher Reeves moment at any time. You better do what you're going to do right now. In fact, me and Mongo have come up to Mongo Scott Haynes. We believe it so strongly that if exercise is your priority or writing copy, when you do it? You do it immediately when your feet hit the floor before you even make up your bed. Because the chances are anything you don't do immediately upon getting out of bed, life is going to crowd in on you and you're not going to do it. Well, I'll put off exercising until just after lunch. Well, I'll put it off till dinner. I don't, blah, blah, blah. The only thing that for sure gets done is what you do immediately upon getting out of bed. And another thing I will tell you, and it's about time to conclude this, I think.
Yes.
But I'm going to tell you a true story. And not only do you not know where you're going to be, you don't know what strange thing is going to happen to you. And I'm going to tell you about a strange thing that happened to me. And I think it gave me a big advantage over everybody else at a very early age. I was only 20. And I've told this story in seminars, and I once told it, and there was an 85-year-old school teacher in the front row from Alaska. And I thought she might be embarrassed that I was telling the story. But she laughed so hard, I started worrying she was going to have a heart attack right there. And I want to tell you the story. And I want you to know, this could have happened to you. But this really happened to me when I was 20 years old. I was a military policeman. I was in Germany. And I was on patrol duty with another MP. I still remember him. He was a big guy named DeRoy. We got called to the station, and we had to strip off our uniforms and stand in a lineup. And there was a German civilian there. And he, was trying to pick one of us out of the lineup. When this lineup was over, they told everybody to go but me. The German civilian had picked me out of the lineup. Now, let me tell you what happened before that. Because I was a great jokester, and when we stood roll call before we went on duty, just like you see in police shows, they tell you the criminals to watch out for. This guy raped so-and-so, this guy broke into this convenience store, et cetera, et cetera. Well, there was a guy who broke into a farm, a guy's barn, a farmer's barn, and he sodomized the farmer's cow. The farmer came out and caught him, and he hit the farmer and knocked him down, knocked over the bucket, which knocked over a candle, which started a fire, and then he ran off the property. Now, when you're in the military, all of your clothing, you have your serial number in there. And I had an overseas cap that was too small for me, so I had thrown it away. And the guy who did this was actually wearing my overseas cap. And it fell off and it was left at the seam. So they already had a predilection to think it was me. Now, my life went in the blink of an eye from being an upstanding do-right MP to a guy who is under arrest for sodomizing a cow. And I want to tell you how that changed my life. They only allowed me to do two things. I could stand roll call and I could go to the mess hall to eat. And when I would go to roll call, they would say, Smith, here, Sergeant. Downs, here, Sergeant. Baker, here, Sergeant. They'd say, Halbert. And 600 guys would go, moo, like that. And, I couldn't even imagine that I was in such a situation. I was engaged to a German girl that I later married. Her parents hated me. Can you see me, and this is true, sitting there trying to explain to them why they have to come down to military police station and explain where I was on a certain night because I was under arrest for having sex with a farm animal? That really happened to me. And I had to take a lie detector test. I won't even go into that. But I think you will admit that is a bizarre thing. Now, they caught the guy who did it. He was a Puerto Rican who had stolen my hat. It's a good thing I didn't catch him because I would have killed him, I mean, but that's how bizarre life can turn on a dime. And I learned that at 20 years old. And I've also learned, the future, if you want to make God laugh, tell him about your plan. Tell God about your plan if you want to make him laugh. And the point is, you want to be a great copywriter, and you want to be a great marketer, and you want to achieve all these things, do it right now. Tomorrow is promised to no man. And if all of you people enjoyed this 2 hours of ranting of a madman, and you want to do it again, we'll do it again.
Thanks, Gary.
As long as somebody sends me their snail mail address.
Well,
if anybody's interested, we'll do this again. If you want to do it in a week or two, I'm up for it, because maybe I'll even answer questions next time.
Well, I have, just because I mentioned my email for that little call, I've gotten over 200 emails right now waiting for me. I want to thank you, Gary. My God, this has been one of the most, the best 2 hours I've ever spent. And of course, any time with you is just fabulous. And I know that you don't like to be put on a pedestal, but I do look up to you a lot, and I think that this has just been a phenomenal 2 hours. I just want to end
I would ask you one favor.
Sure.
Don't ever describe me to anyone as being sane.
I told a lot of people that listener discretion is advised whenever I emailed them out. But I want to thank just one person before we end this call, and it's Peter Stone. Peter,
for sure,
is a person that brought us together, and Peter's also a phenomenal copywriter. He's done some work for me. He's my editor. He's my fresh pair of eyes sometimes when I'm too racked up and I'm writing copy sometimes 5, 10, even 15 sales letters in 1 month. I can't handle the workload. So sometimes he's there to look at my copy and tell me what's wrong, what's not. And I look at it and I said, my God, this man is brilliant. PeterStoneCopy.com is his website address. And I want to thank Peter. And Gary, you're the man, and I want to thank you so much.
I'd be the last to deny it, you know?
Well, I'm sure you are. and I want to.
And if anybody wants to, they can email me at nosexgary@AOL.com and say things like, I really enjoyed your call. Now, if you have negative comments, I don't want to hear them. I just want positive comments. I don't want the truth necessarily. You can email me and lie to me.
Great.
I'd rather have a lie that made me feel good than the truth that made me feel bad, I've got enough but I really do try and make my lessons important. I'm very passionate about teaching people, and because there's so much garbage out there. There are people teaching marketing that they've never learned it. They have no right to be teaching it,
Absolutely.
And I know what it's like to be broke, and I've been in a running house with no water and utilities because I spent the money on postage for orders that didn't materialize.
Well, me and John Reese were chatting one day about that because there was a time when we were both, I was bankrupt, and I was literally eating, those little packages of ramen noodles
yeah.
for 25 cents for a quarter. I lived on that for 6 months. And exactly what you just said, Gary, is that nobody really knows how to market if they haven't gone through the school of hard knocks. So, but
somebody find me that cell phone.
Great. Well said.
Yes. Wait. I got one more thing.
Go ahead.
Really kind of important. This will kind of interest some of you. I have a friend. He's a paraplegic named Dave Kekich, and he is a multimillionaire. And Dave Kekich is working with another guy, and they have a piece of software that is really pretty. I'm looking through. I think this is it. I'll tell you what this software does, and I'm not a geek, so the importance of it can be gauged by the other geeks here. It's called Intelemine, and Intelemine LLC owns exclusive commercial licenses to technology which searches the Internet globally in 61 languages for individuals with a high level of interest in any subject, product, or service. This technology was developed under federal government contracts with the objective of searching the web for terrorist-related chatter. It has been successfully deployed for several U.S. government agencies for a growing number of commercial enterprises who are finding new prospects and opening new businesses at near zero upfront marketing expense. The Intelemine data mining technology is designed to bring any selected client in nearly any industry to market dominance. Our test indicates the ability to identify millions of customers worldwide who we can then contact with specific and highly motivational email, and all at virtually no cost. Moreover, the software is intelligent. It continues to refine its searches and continually add email addresses as it gets smarter about the subject it is seeking. We believe this technology can be developed to the point where it reverses the typical web search. Today, a searcher goes to Google, Yahoo, or Ask Jeeves to find information. A typical search uncovers hundreds or even thousands of hits, which must then in turn be researched to uncover information the searcher is seeking. Our knowledge platforms, on the other hand, are well-organized resources, eliminating the need for searching in the current manner and creating exceptional loyalty among our users, who then can be offered products and services in which we have ownership or shared revenue interest. In other words, the technology promises to provide us with a continuous screen of new prospects at near zero crosses, and there's some more about this stuff, but basically, what this stuff does is Dave was telling me about it today. It scours the Internet and only gives you names of people who are really interested. Here's the rest of it real quickly. Only represents the biggest expertise. An important aspect of our strategy is to build the most comprehensive knowledge portal about most products and services available anywhere. A knowledge portal essentially combines all information, communication, sources, and resources available to any subject to people who want information/knowledge on that subject. For example, we will provide chat rooms, forums, libraries, downloadable videos, products, discounts on related travel, calendars of upcoming events, unique resources relating specifically to the particular product or service, and more. This resource alone, modified after huge knowledge portals already constructed by our licensor, will provide a unique resource for customers and prospects and should instill great confidence in your company and its industry community worldwide. Unlike current search engines, our technology organizes all important information in one environment and then searches the web for parties interested in that subject, who are then invited to join a community of parties with their common interests. Our knowledge platforms are well organized resources and eliminates the need for searching in the current manner. By providing rich content, we believe we will create exceptional loyalty among our users, who can then be offered products and services in which we have ownership and shared revenue interest. Our data mining technology, according to its developers, is at least 10 times more powerful and much more targeted than any similar technology, while complying with spam issues. The developers also believe they have a long way to go in terms of improving what already exists, so we can look forward to an exclusive commercial licensee to breakthrough advancements without investing our capital in its development. Our license covers all future improvements and advances to the $40 million technology. They spent $40 million on this, which is under constant upgrading and refinement by its developer through tens of millions of dollars worth of ongoing contacts with U.S. agencies. Now, I don't know if you guys all understood that, but as I understand it, they say they've done this, and they've emailed some of the producers of it, and they've never had an opt-out person yet, because it goes through and discovers the people that are interested in exactly the subject that you are selling. But anyhow, if you want to call this guy, and again, I'm not involved in this. This is not a joint venture for me or nothing. It's just something a little bit geeky I'd pass along so you guys wouldn't think I'm just a Stone Age guy. It's David A. Kekich, K-E-K-I-C-H. His telephone number is 310-265-8644. And for all you geeks who would rather, do things without actually pressing the flesh or communicating with people, it's Kekich, K-E-K-I-C-H, at Transvio, Transvio.com, and the website is www.transvio, Transvio.com. Tell them Gary Halbert sent you. You don't have to tell them Gary Halbert sent you, but it seems to be somebody should find out what that's all about. Somebody should find me a telephone that doesn't do anything except send and receive calls, and all of you who want to triple the profits of your website almost immediately should send me your snail mail address. That's all I have to say for the night.
Thanks, Gary. That was awesome. I'm going to leave on this note because we are past our 2-hour mark. So thank you, everybody, for being on the call tonight. And Gary, thank you so much for sharing this
and
amazing
have somebody
cloud.
send me a note to nosexgary@AOL.com and say, boy, you were great on that call last night or something. Anything but a neat shit and die message.
Well, I don't want to have any emails asking me why is Gary's email address is nosexgary@AOL, because I know the story and I don't want to tell it.
Should I tell that or
no? Actually, if there's a lot of interest, we'll probably do this again, Gary.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
Good night, people.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Now, the phones are just ringing like crazy. So we're going to be starting at the top of the hour with Gary Halbert. This is Michel Fortin. We're going to be muting the entire call very soon so that there's no feedback, because we're going to get over 1,000 people on the call tonight. If you're not speaking, if you're not introducing yourselves, could you please mute your phone by pressing *6. And as you can probably sense from the number, the sounds of those beeps, that's just how many people are on the call right now. We've been getting that a lot since about quarter to the hour. So we're going to ask you please mute your phone so we can, get rid of those annoying voice sounds at *6. I'll be muting you very shortly whenever we start, but up until that time, if you want to, you can either mute your phone or introduce yourself by giving me your name and where you're calling from.
Zach from
Hi, Michael. I'm Kay Stevens. I'm calling from Belgium, Europe.
Welcome.
I'm calling from Belgium in Europe.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
Wow. I'd love to speak French to you, but I don't think a lot of people understand.
Try me.
Parce que moi, je suis francophone, je suis du Québec.
Ah, c'est bon. Je suis de Belgique.
C'est bien. Folks, this is Michel Fortin. We're going to be starting at the top of the hour pretty soon with Gary Halbert, and I want to welcome you all to the call. We're going to be muting the entire call pretty soon to avoid a lot of the feedback that we're getting, but up until that time, the lines are open, so if you want to mute your phone, just to reduce the noise disturbance, press *6. And up until that time, if you want to, you can introduce yourselves. If you haven't muted your call, you can unmute yourselves anytime by pressing *6 again. Just tell me your name and where you're calling from.
I was just on like this all night. I do. Hey, Michael, this is Travis Miller from Orlando, Florida, with Send Advertising.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, let's just do a little quick check here. Gary, are you on the line?
Just getting on the line here.
So Gary is not on the line yet. We'll just wait for Gary. I thought till that time.
Listen, if you people would stop slurring my reputation.
Oh, there we go. Let me just mute this phone right now. We are in presentation mode, and we're...
Just one second.
Sure.
Caleb, it's on mute now. Nobody can hear you. Go ahead.
I muted the entire call because we're expecting over 1,000 people on tonight's phone call, and I didn't want to get too much feedback because whenever there's so many phones going at the same time, it's just crazy. But let me just say welcome to everyone on tonight's call. This is the second call with none other than the great Gary Halbert, my mentor, my friend, and the king of copy, the prince of print. Gary, he's more than just a mentor and a copyright extraordinaire, because I don't want to go through all the introductions that I did on the last call, but I want to give you a little bit of a heads up. If you didn't listen to the first call, I mean, in Gary's words, you're insane, because Gary revealed some of the most powerful copywriting strategies on that very first call. And in fact, Gary and I had a chuckle on the phone the other day about that, about tonight's teleseminar, because some of the feedback that we received from that very first call was pretty fascinating, and some of it was pretty outrageous. 90% of the emails that I've got, for example, on that call was pretty good, mind-blowing even. People were raving about it. They couldn't believe we were giving this teleseminar out for free. But there's a small minority, 10%, unfortunately, that were pissed off. They didn't have a clue. They ranted about, Gary going on tangents and stories and such, and never really giving any content. Well, I have to tell you this right now, and I have to laugh about it too, because people who didn't get it, and with all due respect to everyone on this call, regardless of where they're at with their copywriting skills, they're the people who unfortunately will never be able to get it. They'll never be able to write really good copy. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. The power of what Gary taught during that last call was not in exactly what Gary said, although he delivered a lot of great content. But the biggest lessons you could pull from it, or what I pulled from it, is, and I guess you can say it this way, it's not the message. It's not even the messenger. Like they say in comedy, it's all in the delivery. Now, I'm not talking about theater and stories and such, although that was a big part of it. What I'm talking about is how Gary drove his points home, how he got his points across, and about the choice of stories, what exactly he said and why he said it in order to drive those points home, as well as the understanding of human psychology and human nature. And that's one of the most critical points in copy, and something that I see missing a lot in most of the sales letters that I see today. Once you do get it, though, you'll be able to understand not only how Gary writes his own copy, but you'll be on your way to writing world-class copy yourself. So if you can, and you should, if you haven't really heard the first call, go ahead and listen to it. But if you have, go back and listen to it again and again and again. I'll tell you right now, and this has actually happened to me, you'll get stuff on the second, on the third, and even on the fifth time of hearing that call. And so anyways, that's enough of an introduction, but before we go on, a little bit of housekeeping. The last time that we've done this call, and then we've introduced this call to you so that you can actually go online and download it and hear it yourself, we've gotten a few emails from people who said they couldn't download it. Well, I got to tell you, my server was crushed. The traffic was just horrendous. And because of that, and because my host was just absolutely wonderful, and I'm being sarcastic here, people had a hard time downloading the calls. If this is going to happen again, please try again a little later. You will eventually get them, and I do apologize. And what I plan on doing for this second call, and probably for the other call too, is to open up a mirror server so that it can take some of the load from the first one. The second one is, I asked you to send me some of your questions. Some questions were pretty long-winded. What I want you to do is to be as brief and as specific in your question as possible, rather than giving me some long story about where you come from, where you're at, and how we can save your life. We don't want that kind of stuff. The second thing is, tonight is about copywriting. We might talk a little bit about, for example, internet marketing. But a lot of questions were about internet marketing, and this is what not this call is about. It's really about copy. But I can introduce a few things, and I'm sure Gary will introduce a few things. The third and final thing is we don't do critiques. People have sent in questions by actually sending me their headlines or their copy, and some of them actually full sales letters. And I usually forward some of these questions to Gary, and some of them I didn't because I thought it was just too absurd of a question to ask. We're not going to do critiques, although we can give you a lot of good ideas based on some of the questions we've had. So please be specific, and you can send your question even right now as we speak, if you'd like, at gary@boostmyresponse.com. And we've got tons of questions already, so we might not be able to go through all of them. And even if you send your question now, I might not have a chance to answer that and have Gary answer that. But what I can ask you this is that if we do have some time, we will go through a lot of these questions right now, and Gary promised me he's going to actually answer questions tonight. At any rate, if you don't know Gary, you're going to be in for a treat. And for some of you, you're in for a heart attack. So that's all I can say. Without further ado, please welcome my mentor, Gary Halbert. Welcome, Gary.
Thanks, Mike. Listen, I, too, received a lot of feedback from that last call. In fact, hundreds of letters. And overwhelmingly, they were positive. And some of them were negative, obviously written by losers, and some of them were negative that pointed out some things that I really was negligent in and that I could improve. But before I start answering questions, I am going to read one response to you that I just got today. Uh-huh. And the subject is almost arrested. Gary, I was listening to your call recorded with Michel Fortin while driving to a client from Tampa Bay to a recently discovered distant planet of, at best, questionable value named Winter Haven. I was pulled over by an unmarked little car with its light pretending to be a big car. Anyway, I quickly concluded it was indeed the state police and wondered what the hell I had been doing. The officer told me he noticed I was laughing uncontrollably and talking in my vehicle, but he couldn't see anyone else in my SUV, so he was thinking I had some people, probably Cuban immigrants, in the back of my truck. The facts are I was simply listening to your recording that I transferred to my iPod. I was laughing my ass off and making notes into my cassette tape recorder, since I have not developed the talent for driving at 80 miles an hour and writing at the same time. True story, no ticket. Policeman verified my explanation by listening to my iPod for maybe 10 seconds, and while he could not understand why I was laughing so hard, he did understand that I was on my way to a client. Thank you for the great information and entertainment on that program. Your remarks about Gary Bensavinga, Jay Abraham, and John Carlton should be memorialized. All the best to you and those you love. And that was from a guy named Steve Pollitt. But that put a nice I enjoyed that, thinking about that letter. But I want to start right off by clearing away 3 or 4 questions and a very valid criticism of something I did on the last call. One of the things that there are 2 things that I said, and then because of my advanced age and dementia, I started rambling and didn't clean them up. And one of them is, what would I do if I had to make $1 million in a year, or I would be shot? and the other question was, what is the thing that you have to do to prove that you are worthy of being a copywriter? To answer those questions the first part of the question, in a fell swoop, it's necessary for me to read you something, and then I'm going to explain something to you that should light a fire under some of you. And I'll just I'll read this, and then I'm going to explain the really significant things about it. Free book reveals, ... how to win at online poker, especially Texas Hold'em, almost every time you play. Do you like to play online poker? Would you like to discover how professional card sharks are able consistently to win hundreds and often thousands of dollars almost every time they choose to play? Would you like to be so good at online poker that you never had to work at a regular job again? If so, this will be the most important message you will ever read. Here's why. A small, privately owned publishing company, O'Dowd Publishing, has just released a brand new book that blows the lid off and reveals the little-known but lethal techniques pro players use. Subhead, to sucker amateur players out of almost all their money. Here's just a few of the incredible secrets you will learn when you read this free book. When are the 3 best days to play online poker? These are the 3 days most people have a lot of fog in their minds, which makes it easier, much easier, to take their money away from them. When are the best hours of the day to play online poker? Believe it or not, there are 3 hours out of each day when beating the other players is as easy as falling off a log. What days and what hours should you never play online poker? These are the days and hours the real card sharks come out. Why not just make sure they are not playing before you begin? How to win even when you have weak hands. Most serious poker players would sell their souls for this piece of information. A certain way to bluff which will fool even very smart players. How to scare amateur players, the only kind you want to play, so badly they will fold even super strong hands. 3 secret tips which make winning at Texas Hold'em almost a sure thing. A step-by-step formula developed by 2 Swiss poker players for winning at Texas Hold'em. By the way, they have both made more than $500,000 by using this unique system. How to set a betting trap which will cause every other player to lose their money and lose it to you. How to sniff out scared players and bully them into losing all their money. How to double dip, play in 2 games at the same time, and double your winnings. The very best way for a low-limit player, someone who doesn't have much money to start with, to build a huge bankroll by playing online poker. How to fake out all the other players and make them believe you have a stronger or weaker hand than you really do. How to develop almost X-ray vision to see through instantly, and how to cultivate a canine sense of smell for sniffing out any player who is trying to bluff. How to remove the luck factor from online poker. When you play online poker properly, it is no longer a game. It's a business, and a very profitable business. There's a lot more you will learn from this book, and it's easy to get your free copy. All you have to do is call my voicemail and leave your name and address. As soon as you do that, I'll send your copy of my book, How to Win at Online Poker Almost Every Time You Play, and I'll send it to you immediately by first-class mail. Remember, when you call, you will not get a live person. You will get my voicemail, and you will hear me, Caleb O'Dowd, saying, "Hi, this is Caleb O'Dowd. Thank you for calling to get a free copy of my book that reveals how to win at online poker. Just leave your name and address after the beep, and I'll send the book to you immediately. Be sure to speak slowly and clearly, and please spell out for me any unusual words in your name and address." Okay, here's the beep, and thanks again for calling. That's all there is to it. Make the call, leave your name and address, and you'll get the book almost immediately. So call now while it's fresh in your mind, 1-305, whatever number. All right, now, I'm going to tell you this is the first part of what I would do if I had to make $1 million in a year or one of my children would die, and I'm going to explain the reasons why. All the copy that I just read to you fits very, very legibly with a very prominent headline in a quarter-page space of a newspaper, a quarter page. Now, a quarter page is known as an SAU, which is a standard advertising unit, which means that you can buy it at remnant or standby space, which is 90% off what you would normally pay. Now, what that means is that I can buy 1,000 circulation for this quarter page ad for $4. In other words, I could put it in papers or a single paper with 100 circulation for $400. Now, the second thing is, I tell them that they are not going to get a live person when they call. They're going to get a recorded message. That is very important because people are much more comfortable calling to get a recorded message than they are to get a live person, because they're afraid if they get a live person, they are going to get they're going to get a high-pressure sales job. The second thing I do, or I don't know where I'm at now, the third thing or whatever, is that I tell them what they are going to hear when they call. Hi, this is Caleb O'Dowd. Thank you for calling to get a free copy of my book, et cetera, et cetera. So by the fact that I tell them this is what you're going to hear, and that is in fact what they do hear, increases their comfort level. Now, all of this is a process of taking the fear out of a sale. And if you have something to sell that people want and have enough money to buy, what you have to do to sell it, among other things, is take the fear out of the transaction. Finally, you'll notice that I said to call 1-305 whatever, and that's known as a POTS number, which is plain old telephone service, which means I can buy that for $7 a month, and it will take up 35 calls, up to 35 calls at the same time without anybody getting a busy signal. And this is not like a television commercial where, 5,000 people call at the same time. This would be running in different newspapers, and so the calls will be scattered out. Now, this is a lead-generating ad, and if you'll notice, it's a very hard-working, compelling lead-generating ad. And I believe that it will generate good prospects at as cheaply as you can develop them. Now, what's going to happen after they make that telephone call is that they are immediately going to get a free book, but it's really going to be a 20 or 30-page book that gives them really, really good information and then segues into a sales letter of why, if this is of interest to you, then you should have my course. Now, I haven't priced it out yet, but, it's going to be a minimum of $97 and probably considerably more. Now, once you have that name, there is no name in all of direct marketing that is more valuable than a gambling system name. That is the single most valuable list of names you can get. They're more valuable than any other type of names. And you just about can't rent them at all. If you ever find a list of gambling system buyers that you can rent, you can almost be certain that they are only up for rent because they are 10 years old and the owner of the list has sucked every last cent that he could out of them because he's mailed them 300 pitches. So that is that is the formula, the most foolproof formula that I know. And the truth is, at $4 per thousand, you can test that in a circulation of paper of, say, 50,000 will give you the answer. That's $200, and you're just not going to get much cheaper than that. And if you don't have $200, you need to take a second job until you do. Now, another thing about this is that when you do this, what you do is you count up the responses you get, and that will go a long way in telling you how to design your product. First of all, if you get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 replies, what you want to do is abandon the project. And it's important that you failed fast and that you failed cheaply. However, if you get 400 or 500 replies, you divide those replies into how much money you spent to get them. Let's say you got 400 replies and you spent $400 to get this in front of 100,000 people, then you're buying leads at $1 a piece. And that means for sure you have a gold mine. Because if the first offer you make doesn't work, then you'll just keep going after it and after it until it does work. Now, that is, I hope, answers a question. And the next thing I want to tell you is that ad was 50% written by me. The other 50% of it was written by a young man I'm mentoring named Caleb O'Dowd, who comes from the town of Limerick, Ireland. And I had him do the research on this and write the bullets, and I worked him like a dog for about 3 weeks, and he furnished me with everything I needed to polish that off. And I think Caleb O'Dowd, when he came over here from Ireland to work with me, and believe me, I charge a lot, and he had to pay a very dear price to do it. This guy had never, he's listening to this call right now in the next room, he had never even seen a direct mail letter. They don't have them in Ireland. There is no direct response industry in Ireland. He had never pulled a direct mail letter out of an envelope. But he is on his way to becoming a world-class copywriter. I can guarantee you that. And he has the number one prerequisite for becoming a world-class copywriter, and that is he is obsessed with it. He works so hard that I have to slap him upside the head every once in a while and say, "Hey, Caleb, it's time for us to get a cup of coffee or something." But if you want to ever get in touch with a future star, or you ever want to inquire what it's like to be mentored by me, and I'm not soliciting people to mentor because I hardly ever do it. This is only the second time I'm doing it. I'm going to give your email to the people, and what he's going to write you back is he's going to tell you that, well, I learned a lot from Gary Halbert, but he is a bastard to work with. He just tortured me. Anyhow, he's always bitching about, he really does, he just constantly bitches about, not about the work. He's a hard worker, but the way he perceives me as mistreating him. And I just perceive it as teaching him. But here's his email. It's Caleb O.D., C-A-L-E-B O.D. at IOL-free, F-R-E-E-E, .ie. I'll repeat that. It's Caleb, C-A-L-E-B-O-D, at IOL-FREE .ie. And I will tell you, this guy is going to be for hire, and he is good enough that I am actually doing this project with him and spending my money on it. And his brother is coming over to help us, and his brother name's John, and guess who he was? He was Michael Dell's right-hand man. And so this is really a good guy that you're going to want to know. Now, I have only mentored personally one other person, and I got a letter from him, and I have to read that to you too. And it says, Gary, will you let the world or on your teleseminar on Thursday know that your first officially trained student, a.k.a. Dave Allard, has written and is currently enjoying a 31% response rate on a self-marketing letter. It is very original, and he appreciates your ideas a lot more than Carlton ever will. I don't know where he got that from. You don't have to tell him I said that. Also, a podiatry client Dave is working with is enjoying a 6% response rate and 100% conversion to appointments. Lifetime value of these lost patients is over $168,000 in 3 short weeks from a non-sales oriented newsletter. 2 really hot lists being worked by really one hot newsletter. I'm going to give you Dave. I'm going to give you his email address too. He is up and doing work right now. I've read his portfolio. He's worked for 13 clients. And I just think that in this business, it's important to know the good people. And his is Dallard at midsouth.rr.com. That's DALLARD at midsouth.rr.com. I would like to recommend that the people on this call understand that it is important to dialogue with other like-minded people, because basically if you're a copywriter or a direct marketer, it is a lonely, small world out there. And I want to say something more, a little bit more about that. When I did this first teleseminar, Mike, I had no idea who you were. Mm-hmm. And I have since read the sales letters that you have written for people, and they blew me away. I mean, I thought I knew every killer copywriter in the world, and I didn't. I didn't know you. And I can tell you this, I'm going to steal a lot of your ideas and letters. I mean, because they are truly that good.
Thank you.
Now, and I mean that sincerely, you must know I don't pay compliments easily. Now, I'm going to clean up another thing, a question that was asked, and I rambled on, and I'm going to try and stay focused. I'll lose it about 20 minutes from now. I want you all to know that. The drugs will start kicking in, and then, but I said, how do you tell if you are a real copywriter worthy of the name? And I'm going to tell you exactly how. You have to get the SRDS book. I think everybody here, the SRDS mailing list book, I think everybody on the call knows what that is. That tells you about the mailing list. And you have to go through and pick the market you're going to work yourself. You pick it. Then you order 5,000 names from a list broker. Okay, now let's suppose that you have picked golf. Then you go out to a library or a bookstore and get 10 books on golf and outline a product based on the ideas you got from those books. I remember one book I really liked, had a simple title, said The Secrets of Perfect Putting. But anyway, you outline your book. Then you write a direct mail letter as though your product actually existed. Then you mail 1,000 letters out of that. You have to rent 5,000, but I often rent 5,000 and test only 1,000. And if you get enough money back that the arithmetic says that you made a profit doing this and you did it with your own money, then you are entitled to call yourself a copywriter. If you can't do that, you are defrauding people when you hold out your shingle as a copywriter who knows what he's doing and can work for other people. Because just think about this. everything was under your control, from the selection of the list to the creation of the product to the sales letter to the price, everything. And if you can't do it when everything is under your control, how are you going to do it when a client dictates to you what you have to say? So that is the real acid test of whether you are a copywriter or not. Okay? Now, I'm going to do something that I really find offensive, and that is I'm going to answer these questions. This first question asked all three of those, and so I answered all three of those in there, and says, okay, now here's the next question that I have in my hand. Is there an update on the old AIDA formula? AIDA, for any of you that might not know, stands for attention, interest, desire, action. And if so, what is it? The answer is no. There is no update that I know out of that. That's as that I don't know of a better formula than that. There probably are a few other things. I mean, I think you could put proof in there or something, but the answer is no. There is not an update on that formula. Okay. Now, this guy, I'm not going to mention his name because he offends me. And I want to tell you what he reads, what he said. You are asking me to give you time out of my life. Why? When I or any other person is dying, we cannot recall to get back the hours of our life. You have not shown why anyone should listen in and give up any time out of their life to another online marketer's call. Are you going to pay them for the call? The current trend of online calls is not showing any value at all. And yes, they are sometimes recorded and offered or sold subsequent to the calls. Big deal. In fact, the time I've spent typing this email may be just another waste of my time. The payback is you have to read it. Well, I think this guy is frankly despicable. Here we are offering something completely free and offering something of valuable, and he's still bitching. And I want to tell you something. And I want all you people out there to listening to this. I can tell who is a great marketer when I visit them in their home. You know what I do? As soon as we get comfortable, I ask them if I could see their library. And I was talking to Michel Fortin the other day, and he was telling me, he spent $500,000 for his direct marketing education. And, I spent probably more than that. I would buy books when I couldn't afford to pay the electricity, or they were turning off my water. And whenever you hear somebody whining about buying information, just get them out of your life. Because if they're whining because, I had to buy something, it's free. You know what? You should buy something. If you pay $500 and get 2 good ideas out of it, you've got your money's worth. And stop being such a pussy and such a crybaby and stop whining. If you want to get this done and you want to do it, you got to pay the price, and that's all there is to it. I was talking to Mike. Mike, how much have you spent for your direct marketing education?
Oh, it's $500,000.
How long has it taken you to get as good as you are?
25 years.
Okay, well, there's a lot of people on this call who want to get it for $2.50 and get it in 3 hours. Guess what? You people all suck. Okay, now, and I'm going to answer his questions anyway. Is there a huge difference in mail order versus direct mail, assuming you use a targeted audience? I don't even know what that question means, but all I know is that if you mail order, I guess if he means newspaper or advertising or magazine advertising, newspaper advertising is difficult because there's so much waste circulation, because such a small fraction will be in the market for any such other thing. Magazines can be very targeted, and direct mail is very targeted. No, there is no difference, at least no difference in copy. Now, here's another question. How is this for a headline to an ad looking for people who are fed up with their job? Are you suffering from job dissatisfaction? Actually, that is a headline that sucks. And I'll tell you why it sucks. Because it's cute. Because it's tricky. You know, this guy is really proud that he's come up with job dissatisfaction. And okay, now here's another question. Now we're starting to go into other people's questions, so I'm going to be kinder and gentler here.
Wow, what a surprise.
Everybody will hang up as soon as I do. At one of our entrepreneur boot camps, I had you speak at many moons ago. You had everyone get out a couple of blank pages, and you dictated a sample letter, complete with lots of blah, blah, blahs. For some reason, I don't have that in my files anymore, and it might be a good thing to do on your live seminar. And that's from Mark Stoddard, an old and dear friend of mine. Mark, if you're listening, I think what you're talking about is the dollar bill letter. And if all else fails, write a dollar bill letter. And here's the copy again. Dear friend, as you can see, I have attached a nice, crisp $1 bill to the top of this letter. Why have I done this? Actually, there are two reasons. One, I needed some way to make sure this letter would catch your attention. Two, and secondly, and since what I'm writing to you about can help you make a lot of money or help you save a lot of money, I thought using a dollar bill as an eye catcher was a good idea. Anyway, here's what it's all about, and then we go into the blah, blah, blahs of what it's all about. Now, the rest of the formula for that is after you send that dollar bill, you wait a few days until they've had time to get it, and then you call them and you say, "Hi, this is Mark Stoddard. I'm just calling. I sent you a piece of mail, and I'm not sure. I just wanted to make sure you got it. You'll remember it if you did, because there was a dollar bill attached to the front page of the letter. And at that point, something very important is going to happen. You are going to get your first yes nod. You won't be able to see it on the phone, of course, but somebody will say, "Yeah, I got that. I got the dollar." And then you're going to say, "Well, I wanted to check because, you can't be too careful when you're sending money in the mail. Isn't that right?" And he's going to go, "Yeah, you couldn't be too careful." And then you're going to say, "Well, you did get the letter. The dollar was intact and you've had a chance to read it." And then you'll get your third yes nod. And if you can't take it from there, you should get out of marketing, So first of all, I want to say, Mark, I was glad to hear from you again, and but I think that's the answer to your question. By the way, Mark reminded me of a quote of mine, which is one of my favorite quotes, especially since it's mine. Nothing is impossible for a person who refuses to listen to reason. Okay. This is Gary, looking forward to the call tonight. Question. We are doing a split gate, I don't know what that is, with a radio station. They run spots, and we show up and do training and split the total revenue. I guess that's what it is. We're shooting for 500 people at $59 each. Not sure how to make the spot stand out in the glut of other average commercials. It's talk radio. They volunteered to create the spots, but I know radio stations are awful at the creative, and I thought you could add some spice to it. Could you address this tonight? Yes, I will. The best thing you can do to make your spot stand out is avoid all bells and whistles, all music, all trickery, and everything, and it just should be a voice, probably a male voice, talking, explaining what it is all about. And the main thing is you don't want to detract from your message, and the trickery and the music and all that stuff detracts. If you're not going to use something that's equally as good as a male voice, is a female voice from the South, a Southern accent. Now I'm going to tell you all a secret that almost nobody knows, and it's this. If you run a full-page ad in a newspaper, you should budget, at least some of the time, $3 per thousand. Like if the circulation of the newspaper is 100,000, then allow $3 for each thousand, so $300. And on the day that the newspaper comes out, you should pay $300, these are rough figures, not exact, to a radio station. And by the way, when you buy stuff when you buy radio commercials, there's only two kind of stations you want: country music and talk radio. And the reason for that is that's the only radio that people are actually listening to. All the rest of they might be bouncing along to the music, but they're paying attention to this. And what you should do with that is you should advertise your advertising. Say, are you interested in losing weight? If so, read the Miami Herald today. Look for the page that says NASA scientist invents new way to lose weight. Now, by the way, you can do that on television, and if you're buying a 10-second spot on TV, which is about all you can afford to buy these days, when the day your newspaper comes out, you should say, somebody should be standing there with the ad in front of the camera, showing them the ad and say, are you interested in lose weight? Look for this page in today's Miami Herald. A NASA scientist reveals a new way to lose weight. That's called advertising the advertising. And while I'm on that, I'll tell you another trick. Newspapers are so huge today that I have ran ads that came out in newspapers where to find my own ad, I personally had to go through it 7 times looking for my own ad. And as a general rule, if you're running in newspapers, if you can manage it, always run on a Tuesday, because you want to run in the skinniest paper there is. Now, here's a big trick when you're running in fat papers. Advertise the advertising with little 1-inch ads in other sections of the paper. And you say, want to know a new way to lose weight invented by a rocket scientist? See page 74 in the C section. And sprinkle those ads throughout the newspaper that will get people to go to a section that they wouldn't have gone to normally. Okay? Let's see what else we got here. One, do you, Gary Halbert, know when to write short copy and when to write long copy? Are there objective criteria for making the determination? Anything you can describe, any source material to read or listen to, or is it all a matter of guts, and experiment? What you really should do, and all of you are suffering from this, is I suspect that most of these people here don't know what a world-class swipe file is. I would guess that you, Michel Fortin, have thousands of examples in your swipe file, as I do.
Oh, yeah.
And you should look at small ads, and you should look at long ads, and you should be writing them out in your own handwriting till it's embedded on you on a neural basis. Second question. What do you do to make sure you write good copy about something you consider disgusting? For example, I hate gangster rap. But if a guy wants me to sell his gangster rap training course, how can I, A, quickly get up to speed on the subject, and B, get in a frame of mind that lets me write copy so good that I might even change my own feeling about the subject? First, I think you should avoid, unless the wolf is at your door, writing about things that disgust you. It's hard enough to make all of this work by writing things that you're passionate about. But if you have to write about gangsta rap, which I hate too, then what you want to do is you want to read hip-hop magazines, you want to talk to the people who play it, you want to talk to the people who listen to it. What the biggest thing that people fail to do, I saw a great picture on the internet the other day that somebody had been able to capture a complete picture of an iceberg, the part above and below the water. The conditions were just right. But David Ogilvy was asked one time, what was his long suit in advertising? And he said it's research. And I'll tell you something. Everybody that's good at advertising, that's their long suit, research. And you just got to do the research, and that's all the way is to it. 3, is there a quick way to find the starving crowd you often talk about with a customer who doesn't yet have customers of his own? Well, first of all, if you can, you should avoid working for people who don't have customers of their own. But I don't know how, this question indicates that you and your client are going for it backwards. In other words, a product or service has been created and you're going out to find the market. That's absolutely backwards. What you want to do is find the market and then create a product or service to service that market. Okay, next question. Gary, I plan to join your live seminar today. I have recently designed and patented a unique golf tee called the Stack Tee. Favorable articles have been written about the new Stack Tee in 3 trade journals, he names them, and it was recently approved by the USGA. A number of golfers have tried the Stack Tee and really like it. Briefly, the primary features and functionality of the Stack Tee are 1, the capability to stack multiple tees together, which make it easy to adjust the height of a golf ball for any kind of tee shot. 2, it interlocks, making it easy to carry a stock of tees in your shoulder pocket. 3, it is made out of a polymer material with a lower surface hardness than did the hard birchwood tees, and it will not damage, scratch, or leave paint marks on expensive thin-faced drivers. 4, it's designed to minimize the kinetic energy loss from a club tee interaction. Weight is only a third of the standard wood tee. 5, it functions as a standard tee holder and can be used to adjust the height of wood tees. 5, it is golf course friendly, made from a biodegradable polymer material that can easily cut or vacuum by lawnmower. I am not a marketing guru, but what some people consider a technical geek, PhD engineering. By the way, for you that don't know, PhD stands for piled higher and deeper. But I try to keep my head out of the clouds, and I have common sense. I plan to send out a flyer discovering features, functionality, and samples of the Stack Tee to all of the U.S. dealer distributors of golf equipment and the golf courses. According to my research, approximately 500 million golf tees are consumed annually. My question to you, for you, is what is the best way to market this new product? Am I barking up the wrong tree? Thanks for the invitation. I look forward to your feedback. This guy has really put some effort into trying. So the first thing I'm going to say, although it sounds discouraging, I'm going to follow up with something not so discouraging. This doesn't have any sex appeal or sales appeal for golfers whatsoever. John Carlton is the master at marketing to golfers, and here's what they want. They want to hit longer, straighter drives off the tee, tee shots. That is the number one appeal. This is a very weak appeal. But having said that, I think if you find people who distribute products to places that sell golf equipment, that this is going to be an excellent adjunct to the line that they carry, and that you should maybe put that in their line. But you're never, I shouldn't say never, because who am I to say? I said when I saw Star Wars, the movie, that it would fail, but you're not going to sell that at a profit via direct marketing. But I think you maybe can sell it as a distributorship, and I wish you the best of luck on it. Okay, here's another question. I'd like to hear your insights on the differences in writing fascinations. By the way, fascinations is a word that some people use for bullets. For an information product such as a book, report, or newsletter, versus a physical product such as a vitamin, gadget, etc. The answer is there is no difference whatsoever. For the information product, it's much more direct that some unique knowledge will be revealed versus the physical product which has specific benefits, but they're not teased the same way. I'd also like to hear your thoughts in the difference in creating magalogs versus other types of direct mail. First of all, he is on the wrong track in thinking that the creation of bullets differ from how you should go about it differently from a physical product than you should an information product. That is not true. And the best way to learn how to write bullets is go to the Gary Halbert newsletter. You all know it. It's www.thegaryhalbertletter.com. Click on View Newsletter Archives and find the envelope that says Let's Do the Twist, and you will get a free education on how to write bullets. Now, he also says, I also like to hear your thoughts on the difference in creating magalogs versus other types of direct mail. And here's what I'd like to say about this. If at all possible, avoid creating magalogs. They are used by the biggest mailers in the world. I'm working for one of them now. And some of the source material is the magalogs they use. And so much work goes into creating a magalog, and so much expertise in not only the writing and also the layout, which you just about have to have a layout artist do it, that really and truly all the great writers I know, me, Scott Haynes, I don't know about you, Mike, I don't know if you do that, John Carlton and everything, if somebody has a magalog job and they insist on it being a magalog, we turn the job down. And I'll tell you the truth, a tear sheet mailing or a hard-hitting direct mail letter will beat the magalog every day. But magalogs are way too much work to be worth the effort. Okay. Hi, Gary. What is the best time frame to follow up on prospects by phone after sending them phone postcards? Okay. Number one, really, folks, don't send them postcards. It's just a little bit cheaper than sending them a killer, hard-hitting sales letter. And I want you all to get something straight in your head. It's not how cheaply you can do it. It's how much of a return you can get on your investment. I would bet you that this person mailing postcards to get leads, I'll bet you that she would make more money if she would send FedEx letters and follow them up. Now, actually, but her specific question is about the time frame. Who knows when a postcard is going to get there? I'd wait about 5 days, I guess, if I were sending postcards because someone had a gun to my head. But it's much more predictable if you send a Federal Express package. It's much more impactful, and it's going to be much more profitable if it's well written. And if you send a first-class letter, you're going to make a lot more money too. You know, I mean, I don't even know what a postcard costs because I never send them. Do you know how much they cost, Mike?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think very many really top marketers would even know what they cost. But everybody wants to do this because it's cheap. You should stop thinking about cheap and stop thinking about return on investment. I remember in the early days of the Internet, guys crowing that they were able to make a telephone call for free on the Internet. It took them 18 hours to do it. Well, if you think 18 hours is free, then you don't have the right mindset to even be in any kind of business. Another example of that is I went to the Rolling Stones Steel Wheels concert, and I took a bunch of people with me, and I paid about $300 for each of the tickets. And we sat in the second row center. I mean, I could reach out and touch Mick Jagger. The people in front of me were bragging how they had got their tickets for $35, but they had also had to camp out for a day and a half. Well, I guess I was the fool because I thought my time was worth more than $3 or $4 an hour of laying in a sleeping bag in the rain. So, and that leads me to an extraneous comment. There's a lot of people, a lot of ways to beat people at direct marketing, competition, that are not thought of. One way is to outwork them. Another very easy way is to outspend them. There's a lot of time you'll find a real cheapskate person with a scarcity mentality that will be moving so slow. He'll be, you know, the biggest difference between winners and losers? Losers focus on the perils of the perils of defeat. Winners focus on the rewards of winning. So if you focus on, gee, what could go wrong here and all of that, probably something is going to go wrong. Okay, here's another one.
I just want to add one little thing, Gary.
No. This is my call. I don't want anybody interrupting me. You know, they're out there peeping. Halbert is, what a creep, you know. You realize how many people you have in this call with no sense of humor whatsoever? These people should be working at McDonald's and being made to eat dog food. Go ahead, Mike.
I should recite the first response you ever given me after I've written to you. But I just
Maybe not.
No. I just wanted to add that the only exception I have found, and the reason why I know this is because I've actually written copy for Michael Kimball. And Michael is a big shot in the postcard industry. And the only postcards that I've ever worked with that have worked really well are oversized, wall-to-wall, dense copy-sized postcards.
Yeah, they might work.
And with an offer and an actual call to action and a response device attached to it, but not the teeny-weeny postcards. I'm talking about an oversized, either letter or even legal-sized postcard, and there's a dense copy. It's like a whole sales letter on one postcard, or both sides.
It's worth a try. Anything's worth a test, you know? And that sounds like if it could be made to work, you got it. Here's one. I have an opportunity to do direct mail with another company, sharing all expenses. Our customer demographics mirror each other, same age, income, sex, education, occupation, etc. Comprise the same material niche, identical. Different products. One product, hearing aids, cost between $2,000 and $8,000 with a huge markup, while the other, bone density testing, cost only $59.95 with a $30 markup. 2 letters will be sent within the same envelope. Questions. How effective will a 2-for-1 be? Well, if you're talking about 2 letters in the same envelope like these two, it is actually, you're going to be very disappointed at the results of that. Should we even attempt it? The answer is yes, but you should attempt. Do I know of a case where it's been attempted successfully? No, I don't, but I bet it has. And yes, I think you should attempt it, but the way you should attempt it, I believe, is you should try and sell them the bone density testing first, and with the markup, and then go from there to the high price thing. What I would actually do is tell people they could take a free hearing test over the telephone. And I think you'd have a much better chance than that. But I think you could make some money at this. But for sure, you only want to sell one thing at a time. Okay. Gary, I sell a $197 home study course online. When someone exits from my order page, what strategy do you suggest? 1, downsell. 2, special discounts. Survey of why leaving. 4, other. I need to know, I know I need to test, but which one would you suggest I start with? People are going to do tests that prove what I'm about to say is wrong in some cases. But in most cases, I think what I'm about to say, most cases will be right. And what this guy should do is get rid of his order page and say it's easy to order. All you have to do is call 1-800 whatever. You should just get rid of the order page. Okay, here's another one. What is an example of a 3-step sequence on the web? Well, that would be a website properly designed, and if it's properly designed, it is a sales letter. And then it would offer them to make a telephone call to get a free book or free report/sales letter. And then that would offer them the opportunity to buy something. And you could continue it into step after step. And the other step should be follow-ups to that people that rose their hand. And actually, I know that a lot of you people on here are only interested in online marketing, and I'd like to say something about that. You should not think of yourself as an online marketer or a direct mail marketer or a newspaper marketer or a television marketer or a radio marketer. You should think of yourself as a marketer. And you should market wherever you can make money. You know, if direct mail can make you money, maybe you should also be on the web and make money there. And maybe you should also be in magazines and newspapers and make money there. And maybe you should make money you should be on television making money. But I do think that you should sequence those. And I want to say one thing for you. Another thing. There are only 3 things that are involved in marketing. There's the product, the pitch, and the delivery system. Now, the product is, of course, whatever the product is. The pitch is the sales piece that sells it, in whatever form it appears, in the form of a letter, a mail order ad, a piece of web copy. And the delivery system is the delivery system for the sales pitch. There's an internet. The internet is really basically, as far as marketing goes, a delivery system. Television's a delivery system. Direct mail is a delivery system. And I would like to rank for you the delivery systems that will most likely give you the best ROI, return on investment. Number 1, you absolutely cannot beat direct mail, followed by newspapers. And after direct mail and newspapers, I don't know where it would go from there, but I actually think, other than maybe matchbook covers, the internet is the weakest delivery system in the world. I was recently working with a guy who was making a lot of money because he was mailing 30 million letters a day, emails a day to generate leads. And he would get about 3,000 responses, which were worth about $10 a piece for him. Now, that game is pretty much over unless you want to go to jail. But do you know how, out of 30 million, what percentage of a response 3,000? And somebody could figure this out on the call real quick. But it's like 1/100th of 1%. And my most recent lead generating ad, was done by direct mail, and we were getting a 7% response. And you take 1/100th of 1%. So if I got 1%, I was doing 100 times more leads than he is for the same amount of contact. And since we were getting 7, it was 700 times more. Not 700% more, 700 times more. And what it is a matter of math. And people get lost on the internet because they think it is quote unquote free or at least very, very cheap. You want a good way to make money? Take great internet sales letters and transfer them into print. Just steal them and transfer them into print.
That's exactly what's happening right now with a lot of the copy that I've written. Is that
it's going to be happening more because I'm taking some of your copy, man.
Well, a lot of the guys that are actually that I've actually written copy for, and we found out that they've worked really well. They sold very well. There's a really high conversion rate. They're now converting those into direct mail pieces and use direct mail, and it's that's a great suggestion there, Gary.
Okay. Here's one. How do you suggest mailing businesses using direct mail? Would you use the business address or try finding the owner's home address? Would you use an envelope or postcards for the most effective response? I actually, on business to business, would absolutely use Federal Express. But in line with the question, I would never send postcards to business people. I would use envelopes. And because people change so much, what you want to do is address it not to an individual. First thing I would do, unless it's a giant mailing, is I would call the company and say who is in charge of buying widgets. And then I would direct my mail to that person. Now, if you're mailing like 1 million people, and that's an impractical thing to do, I would write to, the widget buyer for ABC Company probably, and or the advertising department or something. But don't send postcards and don't send an envelope, and try sending Federal Express, at least if it's worth anything at all. Okay, let me see what else I got here. What do you consider the most important factors in creating, packaging, and marketing ebooks online via sales letter websites? He said he's a business partner of Timothy Brumlick. He told me to tell you hello. Timothy Brumlick is also a good friend of mine, so I'd appreciate it if you'd say hello back to Timothy Brumlick. Timothy Brumlick has more stamps on his passport than Kissinger. I think he's in an average of 3 different countries a week. But to get back to the question, creating, packaging, and marketing ebooks, I think ebooks should be 8.5 by 11 typed letters with a kind of a nice cover on them. A typeset. You might know more about that than I would, Mike. I mean,
well, the format that has been the winning format for ebooks is in Adobe PDF format. And the reason why is because Adobe PDF, which means portable document format, is downloadable or usable or readable on pretty much every PC out there, on every computer out there, on every Mac computer out there. Most of my ebooks are an Adobe PDF format. And basically what you usually do, and very easily do, you buy, first of all, and every big infopreneur on the internet has this, is either a PDF converter software or have bought Adobe's PDF software. And you can actually type out your book in any, just like a regular, normal book, and then you would convert it into a PDF format. That is the best way to do it. And what I usually do is we have what I do also when I write sales letters, for example, is create covers for the book. Even if it's an intangible product, I sort of try to give people a sort of an idea or a feeling of what it is as if it was tangible. And then they would easily access that book that way. And when you print it out, it also prints out exactly the way it looks. When you look at it on your computer, it's 8.5 by 11, and it looks like a normal standard book.
You better sit down for what I'm about to say, but I'm going to blow your mind. If you send me something in PDF, I can download it. I can actually do that. Can you imagine that?
Oh, I am totally blown away.
It says, "Hi guys, what do you specifically do to get into the mind of your prospect?" You know what you do is you just do a lot of work. You read the books that they read. You read magazines that they read. If possible, you go out and talk to those people. It's just work. I mean, you have to find out what they're all about, and you go on the internet and research them and look at the other appeals that are being made to them, and it's just work. The answer to many of these questions is just work.
Well, here's my little shortcut. I do copy sometimes for people like, not that I have written copy for you, Gary, but people who are like you, who are not really people who type out all of these answers to my big, long questionnaire. They prefer to do it on the phone. And what they do is they record the call and get it transcribed. But that's not where you stop. What you do is when you interview them, you try to get them to open up the floodgates of passion about their product. And what I do often is when I get into a phone call, I three-way the call with another service called idictate.com, IDICTATE.com. It's a 1-800 number that you call. It's free. It's toll-free. Of course, they charge you a penny a word, but they have a real live transcription. A lot of these speaking software that actually converts your speech into text, they all goof it up. They have to train it and all that stuff. Well, iDictate is actually done by real people, and they send it back to you in an email attachment within a few hours. And what I do is I three-way the call with that service. What I do is when I speak with a client, I ask a few questions, and it starts the ball rolling, and sometimes it's a little slow until I get them to become really passionate about their product, and they're actually selling me on the product. And you can actually sense the enthusiasm they have for their product. Copywriting is like what Zig Ziglar says, it's selling, and it's selling in print, and he says it's transferring the enthusiasm you have for your product into the minds and hearts of your prospect. Well, when I do that, I get this transcription, this transcript in my email, which is basically half of my copy written right there.
That's brilliant. A year from now, I will be giving people that same type of advice and taking credit for it.
I know you, Gary.
Okay. All right.
Hopefully I'll be retired and a multi-billionaire by that time.
You mentioned in your... Listen, this question, before I read it to you, I got to tell you, I had something happen that you talk about making your day. This made my year. There's a guy named Eric Weinstein who used to be my list broker, and he had files of hundreds of control pieces, ads, direct mail, and everything, and he's gone on to do something else, and he was about to throw them away. These are all winning sales pieces, and he said, I thought you'd give you a call and see if you'd want them before I threw them away.
Oh, yeah.
And I immediately sent somebody up to get them, and it's 2 giant files of proven winning things. It's the best swipe file that you could humanly imagine. And here's the guy's question. Hi, Gary. That was a fantastic teleconference a couple of weeks ago. I wanted to thank you for your complete no BS, tell it like it is style. You mentioned in your talk the list broker who had given you all those folders of tested letters and copy. My question, how can I get my hands on them? Could I fly down from Indianapolis, bring a copy machine, and copy them myself? Seems to me there might be gold to be panned in them there folders. Thanks and regard, a new Sir Gary fan. The guy's name is Mark Broselis. Mark, you can come down and copy them as long as you make a copy for me, because I intend to sell this swipe file because it's $1 million swipe file, and I am never going to get around to the time to do it myself. I actually hire people to go to the bathroom for me now because I have so little time. So the answer is yes, you can do that. Let's see, the next question. They may not be world-class, but the letters I write are at least average or better. However, the response rates are always less than profitable. Where can I get more responsive list? I'm going to delete that guy's, I'm not going to mention that guy's names, but I think the letters you write are not at least average or better. If the response rates are always less than profitable, I think you might want to go back to the grindstone. And as far as getting more responsive list, what you need to do is dialogue with a good list broker and let them guide you on the list. I think I'm not going to make any further comments on that. Michael and Gary, what exercises would you all suggest for a novice copywriter to practice getting into the head of a reader, getting to know the target audience in general? I think I've already answered that. It's just a matter of work. This one. How can I raise my prices significantly for a high-ticket service without losing too many customers? The first thing you need to do is you need to make your product or service more valuable. And by the way, if some of you would like to have a relationship with me, a business relationship, and get on the good side of me, I'm looking for people to help me do something. I want to create a course on how to win at online poker. And I would love somebody that plays online poker to, I don't know, you'll know what I'm talking about, Mike. I know what I want, but I don't know how to describe it. I would like to capture what's happening on the screen so I could put it on a DVD or video and advertise. You will see actual hands being played. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
What you're talking about is a screen capturing program. I use it when I do critiques for copy and I deliver it online. It's a program called Camtasia, and that program is actually available at a website called TechSmith, TechSmith.com. You download it, and when you load up the program, you click on this button that says record, and it actually records what's going on your screen.
And not just frame by frame, but the movement and everything?
Yeah, everything. It's actually the movements, the clicks, and most of the courses that you see now, the info products that you see online, like John Reese's, Frank Kern and Ed Dale's, are all done with Camtasia. It's an absolutely wonderful tool. I use it all the time.
Listen, I have my the young man I'm mentoring on the phone, and I want to make sure he got that. So would you give that website again?
Absolutely. TechSmith. T as in Tom, E, C as in Catherine, H, S as in Sam, M as in Mike, I, T as in Thomas, H.com. TechSmith.com. The software is called Camtasia. And I'll give you an example. My website, I have a website called thecopydoctor.com. And that website is a membership site where you pay $30 a month, and you actually watch me live going through a sales letter or a website, and you actually see my mouse movement, you actually see me write the copy, but I also have a microphone, and I record what I say, and I critique the copy, and I tell it, I actually tear the copy apart. But the beauty is that you actually understand what's going through my mind, and what I see, it's like if you were looking over my shoulder as I'm actually going through a sales letter. So that is the software, Camtasia.
Listen, Mike, that is great information. And this guy, Caleb, I'm working with, he's really not the sharpest knife in the drawer. So could you possibly give him that website again? I'm teasing him, obviously.
How about if I just email it?
Okay, just email it to me or to him or both of us. Okay,
Will do, sir.
All right. Will you talk about the first sentence, paragraph of a letter? Not that it's important, that's obvious, but your approach to writing it. Maybe some extemporaneous examples for some fictitious products or services. There is one opening line that is so good, I almost always use it. And I'm getting bored with it. But, there's an old advertising truth is that you will get bored with your campaign before the readers do, and here it is. If you are interested in getting rid of your arthritis pain, this will be the most important message you will ever read. Here is why. If you are interested in making money at online poker, this is the most important message you will ever read. Here is why. If you are interested in how to make money online without having a computer, this will be the most important message you will ever read. Here is why. I can't improve on that one. And that's a good one.
Well, what I usually do, Gary, if you don't mind, what I usually do is I try to start a story, and the way I do that is by saying, please, and you can say it in different ways, but it's like stop what you're doing, put down whatever you're holding in your hands, and just read every single word that I'm about to read, because this is going to, and this major big promise that I'm making, whether it's, if you want to start out with this is going to be the most important letter, I do that a lot. I've done this for example, on Traffic Secrets for John Reese, which is I urge you to lock the door and take the phone off the hook and grab your favorite beverage and just sit down and study every single word of this letter, because it's about to change your life, and here's why.
Okay. I've listened to many of your interviews and tapes, et cetera, and read all of your newsletters and so forth and so forth. It is obvious you have a lot of ideas, likely more than you can do anything with, hence my question. When you have, say, 5 things to work with that all seem exciting and interesting to you, how do you prioritize what to do? I tend to work on all 5 and get bogged down on all of them. Do you have a process that you go through to determining what to work on next? That was something that vexed me for a long time. But when I was in Los Angeles and John Carlton was working with me, we came up with what we call Operation Money Suck. And we would just sit there and think, what thing can we work on that's going to make us the most money in the least amount of time? And that's it. That's what we go for. And I think that's the best way to prioritize there is. Okay. Now, here's a guy. Gary, there's so much stuff out there, I don't know whether I'm coming or going. Even if my budget was $5,000 a month, I don't know what's good and what's not. This host or that host, this autoresponder or that one, this mentor or that one, this dumb website or that one, the deal of the century or maybe all of the next 300 deals. Bottom line, this is BS. So guess what? I'm not buying anything. If I do, the next offer will be better. More expensive and useful bonuses will come with the third. But then 2 or 3 will come with promises to spill their guts and give you free all the tools they ever bought or stole for $699. But if you wait 3 weeks, they will sell you all that plus all their buddy knows and has for the special price of $4. Man, it's like incoming fire and nowhere to hide. Maybe if I took a vacation, when I returned, you might send me back the money for the newsletter that I can now get for free. I don't think there is an answer to that question.
Well, I think you did answer it already before when you said that the people that actually do make it are the people that spend the money on their own self-education.
Yeah.
And whether something becomes free in the future is not an important thing, because the fact is, if you buy something right now, and I'm not saying for buying stuff that has been pirated, to me, people who actually buy products and then go on eBay and then sell it and actually willfully defraud people or willfully steal stuff, that's a whole different idea. And to me, they suck shit, by the way. But if you actually have a product that later on becomes free, that's fine, because at least you were the first one to buy the product and start putting it into use. And if you're not making enough money from that to buy the next best thing, quote unquote, then there's something wrong somewhere.
Yeah, and you know what you need to understand is that you're living in the world you're living in, and stop being a whiner about it. 2 days ago, I have a couple of cell phones, and I use prepaid cell phones, and I can usually fill them up by just using my credit card, but, they singular bought Bell South. They made it more difficult, so I found a retail location, and I wanted to put $100 in prepaid minutes on my card, and they asked me, do you want to spend $20, $40, $60, or $100? I said, I want to spend $100. They said, fine, that'll be $110. I didn't even ask them why it was $100. It's not the clerk's it's whatever, I mean, somebody came up with a concept, I think, that is a good one. Everybody has a mental limit of money they're not going to think about. If I want something, here's an obvious example. If I want something and it costs a dime, I'm not going to think about whether I should be paying a nickel for it. There's a certain point. You should establish your point where you're not going to waste a lot of time and energy, some dollar amount on that. I want to, I'm about wrapped up with these questions. Do you have any more?
Oh, yeah, I'm getting some more right now as we speak. Did you, first of all, I can ask you a few more, but did you want to add anything else?
Yeah, I do. I'd like to switch to something kind of serious for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people ask the question about what is the difference between writing for women and as opposed to writing for men. And it's just a variation of my customers are different. What is the difference between writing for rocket scientists and people who like to buy rap music? What is the difference between writing to carpenters and people who are writing to computer geeks? The truth is, there is no difference whatsoever to writing any of the group. What you need to do is to be imparting information that's important to those people in the clearest way humanly possible. And I'm going to give you a real good example of that. I'm going to guess that most of the people on this telephone call are not interested in knitting. So I want you to imagine that I wrote the most brilliant ad you could ever imagine on the subject of knitting. And you're reading it in USA Today or someplace. And I offer a great price, which is a fraction of where you buy it otherwise. And the copy is scintillating. Probably no matter how good that copy is, you're not going to buy the knitting machine. In fact, you're not even going to read the copy. Now let's switch to another example. Let's say that you're a man and your wife is pregnant and she's pretty close to being due, and you have to be someplace. You just have to be. But you have your cell phone at the ready, and you have her or someone else standing by to tell you if your baby is being born. And lo and behold, your wife has triplets. Now, somebody comes up to you and explains, tells you your wife has triplets. Is there any way that piece of information could be transmitted to you in a way that wouldn't be of interest to you? I mean, if they used broken English, bad grammar, if they use sign language, however it was, if your wife had unexpectedly had triplets, I think you'd be interested in the message. And that's a point I think it's really important. By the way, someone else asked a question, and I don't see the letter here, but it's a really good question, and I want to answer that because I think I have the answer to a question. You know, one of the things I preach and other good marketing people preach is sell to a starving crowd. And the question was, how do you find new starving crowds? I'll tell you the best way I know is to visit a big book stand and look at the magazines. And you're going to find out that there are magazines that you wouldn't even believe. And really, now I want to tell you something about magazines that people don't know it. Like if you're getting mailing lists of magazines, newsstand sold magazine mailing lists are much more valuable than subscription sold mailing lists. Because you might subscribe to a magazine because you got a free, are you there, Mike?
Yeah.
You got a free walkie-talkie with it. Or you might subscribe to a magazine you're still getting 3 years later that you've lost interest. But if you're buying a magazine at the newsstand, that is because you are really interested in it. And as equally important, you're interested right now. Now, for example, there are several magazines on the subject of watches. Some people are just freaks about watches. A few years ago, there was a magazine phenomena, it's died out now, called Cigar Aficionado. For all of a sudden, people came in heat about smoking cigars and couldn't know enough about them. The things that are kind of surprising, for example, I don't want to insult anybody, but if you go to hotels now, and you watch the television programs, the paid programming, 70% of all paid programming is adult programming. I'll tell you another thing that's kind of interesting that I didn't know. You know hip-hop music, the kind that person hates? Do you know that the sales of hip-hop music is more than all other forms of music combined, more than rock and roll, folk, classical, everything? Hip-hop music sells all of them put together. Here's another kind of thing that's kind of interesting. You know these, I don't even know much about them, but you know these games you play with a joystick on your television or your computer? Mm-hmm. Do you know that industry is bigger by far than the entire movie and music industry? And the way you can find these things out is, any time there becomes a large enough group of people, and I don't think it has to be very large, somebody puts out a magazine about it. And that's a very valuable tip for making money, because you can jump on those magazines, probably advertising in them for chump change, and if they've got a mailing list, you've got a little gold niche that you can go find. Now, before we close, Mike, there is something else that I do want to say, but I want to have all the questions finished first. So if you got more, let me know.
I do. And did you want to finish first, or did you want me to answer some of the questions?
No, I have something to say toward the... Oh, there's one thing I do want to say now, mm-hmm. that I'm working on 1 or 2 newsletters that require a lot of research, and those newsletters are about, I am single-handedly going to reduce intellectual theft on the Internet by a double-digit percentage. And I am going to reduce Internet theft of my intellectual properties by 100%. And I know exactly how to do that. And I think you'll be happy to know that probably. And I also am going to I'm going to end what people think they have a free right to say anything they want about anybody on an internet forum. After I write my newsletters, everybody, to be quite frankly, is going to be scared shitless, and rightfully so, to do that. And I want to tell you something. And this is not what I'm wanting to say at the end, but I've always been pretty visible for a long time in the field of direct marketing, but lately my visibility has gone up astronomically. And I couldn't figure it out because I haven't been putting that many newsletters up and anything. And you know what it is? It's because of the blogs. And I type in Gary Halbert blogs or forums, and like there's 1,000 groups of people out there who are devoted to talking about me. And I've been going on those blogs, and I've learned some amazing stuff about myself. I learned that I think you know Frank Kern. I don't know him, but someone said I had teamed up with him and written a long, scammy letter with Frank Kern. There's a whole big dialogue in it. I don't even know Frank Kern. I think I met him once at a seminar, but I don't even know him. Also, John Carlton sent me a link I should go to, and this website had a big headline that said, if you're wondering why you haven't heard from Gary Halbert lately, it's because he's in prison.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And then there's another one. There's a big dialogue on this thing about, do you know that I own the website radarpark.com? Now, I have no idea what that site is about. I think it's about some kind of device you put on your car where you back up into something, and if you're about to hit it, it gives you an audio signal. But you should have seen the dialogue between this guy who really owns the site and another guy. He doesn't know me, the guy that owns the site, and he's trying to explain to this other guy that he doesn't know me, and this guy won't give up. And he says, I know this is a Gary Halbert letter. Well, I've never heard of radarpark.com. And then there's something else, Mike. A guy was writing about how I had an idea at 9 o'clock in the morning one time, and I had turned it into $250 million profit by noon. Now, you know how I'm getting old, Mike?
No.
It used to be that every time I got sent to prison or made $250,000 in 3 hours, I would remember it. And now I don't even remember this stuff, And what's funny is almost everything written about me is positive. Some of it's negative, but it's all tortured. It's all convoluted, And Joe Polish one time said, Gary, there's a whole forum about you on Bill Myers' website. Don't you want to go read it? And he couldn't believe I didn't want to go read it. And I said, no. And he said, why? And I said, because these people don't know anything about me. It doesn't matter if they say anything good. People say a lot of great things about me, but you know what? I know this is hard to believe, but I really didn't make $250,000 in 3 hours unless my memory has failed more than I think it has failed, And the guy that said I was in prison, I called him up, and I said, this is Gary Halbert. I'm calling from Miami. And he said, oh, hi, Gary. Good to talk to you. And I said, well, don't you wonder how I'm talking to you since I'm in prison? And he says, oh, yeah. I said, why did you put this on your website in your prison? He said, well, he had bought the franchise rights to some newsletter. And this was a feature article of the newsletter, okay? So I had a little talk with him, and I gave him a picture of what the rest of his life, how it was going to play out. If I went back to his site in 60 minutes, and my name was even mentioned on there, and he was just a young kid, and so I went back an hour later, but it was down. But, I can take almost any kind of slinger insult, but I don't want people saying I'm in prison or, I had sex with a farm animal or something like that, or even that I made $250 million in 3 hours and I didn't. And, Oh, yeah, and another thing I want to say, because I am researching, so much research is going into this. Because don't you think that's a pretty important endeavor to end intellectual theft on the net and stop slander? You know, as Justice Learned had said, freedom of speech does not give you the right to yell fire in a crowded theater. And I'll tell you another thing. I'll tell you something that most people don't know. I can write a letter to you, Mike, and say any negative thing about you that I want, and there won't be any consequences to me because I haven't injured you unless you show that letter to somebody else. However, if I write that letter to you and carbon copy 3 other people on that, you've got me for slander and you can sue my ass off. The same thing is a forum is not a private dialogue. You can email me if you don't carbon anything about somebody if you want to a friend. But if you carbon copy it or you say it on a forum, it better be true. And I'm going to tell you, there's going to come a point very shortly in time. Anybody that says anything negative about me that's not true, I am going to sue them and ruin their life, mainly because I want to teach you and everybody else how to do it. Well, in the meantime, since I'm doing that, I thought I don't want to neglect my readers. And of everything I've ever created that people have thanked me for, it's the boron letters. And the boron letters are a collection of letters that I wrote to my son that have been turned into a book. And it's a 181-page book, and I think it sells for $297.
I'm looking at my copy right now, Gary.
Oh, okay. And that book has become a cult favorite. There are guys who keep that book with them wherever they travel in the world. And anyway, I have a strange belief about something. And I'll tell you something. I wrote a health report for men that would improve their health a lot because I'd learned something about that. And my secretary, Teresa, my trusty assistant for almost 20 years, was crying when she typed that. And I said, why are you crying? She said, because there isn't anything like that for women. So I sold it for $197. And I sold a bunch of them. And then I thought, if this is helping so many people, I said, anybody who wants to can reproduce this as long as they don't sell it and use it as a premium or disseminate. If the information is that valuable, anything I create, I have a tendency to give it away. So you can, if you search for the Gary Halbert Health Report, you will find it on the net. And I actually wrote down the address where it is, and I don't have it right now. Caleb, if you can hear me and you can see that you have that address, you could bring it over. But let me tell you what I'm getting at. The boron letters, I forget how many letters there are, but I'm going to consider each letter a chapter. And starting next Tuesday, if you go to my site, I am going to put up a new chapter every week, free. You can just go to my site, read there, the boron letters, chapter 1. Next week, the boron letters, chapter 2. Next week, the boron letters, chapter 3. And I hope you enjoy them, and I hope you download them. And okay, Caleb doesn't have the address. But if you search around for the Gary Halbert Health Report, somebody will find it, and maybe they can disseminate that address to the rest of your group. And should I say my final thing before I take any more questions?
Well, I'm going to answer just 2 very quick questions, if I may, Gary.
Okay.
2 people have asked, one person asked, how do you find a starving crowd on the Internet? And here are some of the tools that I use. First of all, your very, very best tool is the Google search engine. But more specifically, a tool that Google actually offers. A lot of people know about this, but some people don't. It's called the Google Sandbox. If you actually go to Google, I don't have the exact address, but if you go to Google and you type in Google Sandbox, it will give you the page at which this is located. And what you do is you can actually type in keywords, and it will give you a list of not only how many times a particular keyword has been searched, but it will give you variations of that keyword. And that will give you also a good idea of different types of niche markets for that particular category or product. And sometimes the most profitable products are usually the niche market ones, and I'm a big fan of niche marketing. In fact, this is the second tool that I would suggest highly. Is called Niche Finder. And the website that you can actually, I think there's a free demo, but you have to buy the product. It's a software program. It's nichemarketresearch.com, Niche marketresearch.com.
Get that, Caleb, and look up poker.
Niche Finder, here's what it does. It will scour all the major search engines for keywords. It will give you variations of those keywords. It will give you, in a columnar format, the number of times a specific keyword was searched for, and it will give you a number of how many websites actually cater to that keyword. So the bottom line is you will not only find a supply, but also the demand. You want to find a niche that has some kind of supply. Because when there's a keyword that's been searched for a lot, but there's no demand for, there's no supply for it, maybe that's telling you something. Maybe it's because nobody's buying in that particular niche. But if you have a keyword that's been searched for, and you can have keywords like 10, 20, 30,000 times searched in the last, let's say, day or week, and there's, maybe 1,000, 2,000 websites, it will actually give you a really good idea of supply and demand for a specific keyword and a whole bunch of variations of the keyword. This is a tool I use a lot. It's called Niche Finder. The second question, and this is the last one, is some people are asking, how do you do teleseminars like you do, Michael, with Gary? Well, there are two ways that you can go by this. The first one is if you actually do a teleseminar like the one I'm doing right now with Gary, there is a wonderful lady. Her name is Shannon Seek. She's the one who actually takes care of my teleseminars. And her website is rentabridge.com. And you can actually rent a certain amount of lines from very small conferences to very large ones like this one, from 5 people to some 5,000. And you pay for the seminar, of course. But you do is you advertise it, and they have a special code like you pressed yourselves whenever you entered to this particular conference room. And then you have people who are calling in from a host code number, like what Gary and I have done, and then we give the seminar. You also have maybe discussions. If you have very small seminars, I couldn't do it tonight because we're packed with all our lines busy. And I'm actually getting emails right now with people actually begging to get on the call, and they can't get in because all the lines are taken. But you have the ability sometimes to do very smaller teleseminars and the ability to open up the lines and then ask questions and all that stuff. The second way to do this, if you're doing it and one person actually asks more a specific question as, how do you post it online like you did at your website, Michael? Well, there's a service I highly, highly recommend. One of my best friends in this business, his name is Armin Morin. And Armin has a service called audiogenerator.com. audiogenerator.com. It's a monthly fee, but here's what it does. You can actually record online with a microphone or call a phone number, a 1-800 number, and you can actually record either a small, even testimonials. A lot of people use testimonials under sales letters. That's how it's done. Or a conference like the one that we're doing, and it will encode it and put it on their server, give you a very small snippet of code that you just put on your website, and there you go. What I do, for example, very often is when I do very quick phone calls with people, then they're not large because some of these calls are really, really large. But if we do a very small phone call, I have it three-wayed with audio generator, or I record the call with the service. Like, for example, a person who's actually recording the call tonight, his name is Michael McCoy, and his website is, actually you can reach him at his email, michael@internetaudioguy.com. He will actually record, like he's doing right now for me. And what I do is I upload this file to audiogenerator.com, and it will give me a snippet of code that automatically gives me the ability to put it on a website very, very easily. And anyways, that's all I wanted to say, Gary, is just because those are questions that I'm getting a lot.
Okay. Well, let me finish up what I want to say. I want to go back to the question of writing for different markets, and I'm telling you there's no difference. And a lot of people talk about, ask, well, how do you write for a woman's market? How is it different? The writing is no different, but women are really very different creatures from men, and you need, as best you can, to understand the female market if you're working the female market. But I want to make a couple of observations about the differences between males and females, at least as they pertain to marketing. I think women have had terrible obstacles to overcome living in America compared to men. And it was not long ago where if a woman worked in an office, she would be treated sort of like a toy. The good old boy would be a meeting, and the guy would say, "Hey, hon, would you get us all some coffee and sugar?" And then give her a little pat on the behind and send her on her way. And that was very demeaning. And that doesn't happen much anymore. It could cost you $10 million to do that now. And I think that is just, because I don't think I don't like to see that kind of injustice or indignity perpetuated on any group of people. But I'm going to tell you one basic difference between men and women, and I'm not trying to be salacious here at all, but I'm trying to make a point. And it's been scientifically validated that men think about sex several times a minute, and women think about sex far less than that. I think most of the women I know think about it about twice a year. But anyway, that's just my story. but anyhow, and I want to tell you something that I think almost everything a man says to a woman, he says, "Oh, you're into knitting? I like knitting too," can be translated as, "I'd like to have sex with you." Or if a man says, "Gee, that's a pretty dress," it can be translated into, "I'd like to have sex with you." And I was talking to John Carlton, and I said, how bad it must be to be a woman and know that that's true. And I said, I'm going to tell you in a way that you can understand how painful that's got to be. Imagine, and you imagine this, Mike, that you meet new people in your life, and they're befriending you, and you get interested in them, and in every case you find out what their bottom line is they want you to write a free sales letter for them. That would begin to jade you, would it not?
Oh, yeah.
And that, I think, happens to women, is that men fake interest in other things, and it's basically a lie, and we're wired that way. Well, I want to make a comment about that, because it can go a couple of ways. If you are in the public figure, in the public eye at all, if you're on stage, or if you are a strong personality on teleconferences like this, there's a certain type of women that are attracted to what they perceive as a man with a strong personality, or the guy that's on top of the crowd, or everything. And I've had that experience at seminars, that after I came off the stage that women would be very interested in me, and sometimes in a somewhat salacious way. And what you've always got to remember, if any of you guys are doing seminars or teleseminars, is that is not indicative that you have a lot of sex appeal, because what they're not interested in you. They're interested in something that they believe you represent, which is power and intelligence and humor. And here's the rub with that. What they are seeing you is they're seeing you at your best, doing what you do best. And if you end up with a relationship with one of those women, they're going to find out that you're not so good once you're home and they're living with you for a few days. You know, that they're going to find out that maybe you shine when you're standing in front of an audience, you know, selling hardware widgets. But that when you're off that stage, you know, there's a lot of guys that became famous as movie stars. And all the women swoon over them, and they wonder, well, why are they swooning over me now? And when I could walk down Ocean Avenue and nobody would even notice me yesterday. And it's not because of you. It is because of a phenomena of a sort of cachet that excites some women, you know, that's associated with a little bit of fame. And I want to say something about that from the heart, because I'm kind of a good-sized fish in a microscopic pool. And some of that stuff happens to me, and it never goes anywhere. I always shine it on because I know for what it is. I mean, I know I am not really an attractive guy to women. Believe me, women don't come up to me on the street and say, "Hi, I'd like to get to know you," or something. But you have one woman on your site, and I don't know her full name, and apparently she was attracted to how she thought I was. But when I started getting the emails, and they were kind of salacious, I do mind that. And I think every woman on this, listening to this thing, will agree that, you know, it's not so bad. A man isn't just a slime ball when he asks you to go out. But when you say no, no means no. And I don't know what it is with this woman. I don't know who she is. One of her emails, she explained to me that she was trying to deliver a subliminal message that she was a very sexually interested woman. And here's my point. You know, saying things, negative things, or stuff about me in a forum is thing, but sending me emails because you want to have some kind of relationship with me or an affair with me, and, you know, maybe the first time it's okay, but no means no. For the record, I am very much in love and very, very faithful and monogamous to my girlfriend. I think she's wonderful. And I really think that people do not have the right to send sexually oriented material, even if they're offering what they think something you would be interested to other people. And I would like it to stop. And I'm not going to identify this woman, but I think she'll know who I'm talking about. And I just want to say this. I don't want any more emails from you. I'm not interested in any women except the one I have. I am totally faithful, and no means no. Don't send me any more emails, or I will put some pain in your brain. I'm sorry, but that's it. I mean, I don't want any more of that. You know, and I think that, you know, I welcome banter back and forth between me and other men and me and other women and all of this stuff. But there is a line, and I don't think that line should be crossed. And that ties in with what I'm working on I guess sending someone an email like that couldn't be construed the same thing as intellectual theft or slander because they're sending it only to you. But I think respect for everybody and dignity should be something that's important. And, some people just demean themselves by their activities, and I hate to see that. These calls and these forums, I'm not making any money from doing this. Mike isn't making any money from doing this. And some of the other comments, I just shine them on, but they're comments from people like from guys that, I got one email about a guy bitching about the way Mike asked me questions, Oh, they're getting millions of dollars worth of information, and me and Mike stumble for half a second, and this loser doesn't like the way Mike asks me questions, or I stumble for a minute and lose my way and forget to finish a sentence, and they call me on that. And, you need to develop a mindset where you just need to look the good. Ernest Hemingway said something about women that I think should apply to almost everything in life. He said, the best thing I've learned about women, the only thing I've learned, is to remember them on the best day you knew them and forget the rest. And, if there's an author that you like, you should remember those good books he read and not dwell on the fact that he turned out he was a drug addict, Just because that's not a factor in your life. And I don't know if I'm making myself clear or not, but,
Yeah, you're making yourself perfectly clear.
Yeah,
that's me anyways.
And I don't welcome, I'm not interested in sex with anybody besides, outside my relationship. I don't welcome those kind of comments. I don't think they're funny. I don't think the emails are exciting or anything. I think it's in really bad taste. And I just want to say, no means no. And I don't think anybody else on the call is going to know who I'm talking about, and I don't want them to, but I think the person who's doing this will know what I'm talking about, and I want it to stop. That's my piece.
Gary, I want to thank you so much. Besides this, we're ending on a bit of a somber tone, and I appreciate where you're coming from because that is kind of hard to deal with. But I can tell you that in the last 2 hours, you've given so much great information to me anyways, and I do hope that you have taken a lot of notes down because Gary has opened up a massive reservoir of million-dollar ideas and strategies to me anyways, and I really hope that's the same for you.
Hey, you want to hear something that's kind of funny?
Sure.
Listen, Mark Joyner decided to retire from the internet business, I guess. And he went and lived for a year in New Zealand. And he came back to the States to do a consulting job for, I think, a guy named Mike Chen or Tommy Chen or something like that.
Mike Chen, yeah.
Mike Chen. And he was staying at the Mandarin Hotel, which is the best hotel, the best 5-star hotel in Miami. And, I can see it looking out my window just about. And so we met over at a place called Bayside, the Latin Cafe, and we got to talking. I had no idea who Mark Joyner was. I just heard his name, Well, it turns out that he is the first real internet guru, or at least one of them. And he wrote the first ebook, or at least one of them. It was about search engine optimization. I guess it was downloaded over 1 million times. And he and I got to talking, and he was so interested in what I had to say, and I was so interested in what he had to say. It was like a high-tech guy talking to a guy that's as old as a fossil, and he had a satellite-linked, internet-connected PDA, and he's punching as fast as he can as I'm talking into his stylus, and I'm taking notes with a ballpoint pen on napkins and on the back of envelopes and all the rest of this stuff, and I don't know if we'll ever do it, but we thought, I'll bet you if we had a seminar with me and him together, I don't think there's any question on online or offline marketing we couldn't answer. We'd have guys like you there and guys like Carlton there, and I don't know if we'll ever do that, but I think if we do, it'll be funny. But I want to tell you something else funny. I'm working with a guy now, And he is actually a rocket scientist, an honest-to-God rocket scientist. He's an engineer who worked for NASA for 20 years up at Cape Canaveral. And his wife lives in Miami Beach and is a producer for very expensive commercials like Coca-Cola and stuff. So after 20 years, he decided to come down here and get into direct marketing, and he floundered around till he met me, and now we've kind of teamed up. Well, then there's another lady down here that I've written a promotion for. If you ever want to see one of my promotions, go to zapwrinkles.com. That's appearing in newspaper ads all over the place. It's for a great cosmetic cream called Deception. And, well, anyway, but I wrote it for Julie Broblik, and she lives for computers, and she's wired in, you know. And so we end up going to a place called Pink's on Collins Avenue down. It's a real popular eating spot. This is a couple of weeks ago. You know, and there's Julie on her wireless computer because, you know, this is a Wi-Fi hotspot. And there's Mark with his new PDA, you know, that's internet connected, you know, it can bounce signals back from Mars and tell you what the humidity is in Paris, and he's jabbing away on this. And my other friend is on the cell phone. And I said, damn you people, I'm sitting here with 4 people and I'm alone. You know, they're all sitting there in these wireless places and all this stuff. And, you know, the way the world is going, it's losing. You know what the biggest thing you can buy with your credit card now? Other credit cards. You know, in South Beach, you can buy a parking meter credit card. You can go to public grocery department and use your credit card to buy a parking meter credit card. They got a slot for it. You know, you can buy a credit card instead of giving money at a place for SunPass. I used to go to Kinko's and hand them a bunch of papers and say, make me 10 copies of each of these. And some pretty girl would go make and come back, smile at me, ask me for money. I'd give it to her, go out. You go to Kinko's in Miami now. Oh, for your convenience, you do it yourself now. And so you have to go to a machine and put in your credit card that gives you a Kinko's credit card. Now, that's a learning curve for me. Guys like you would be nothing. That's a learning curve. Then to go over and make a copy, you got to use the credit card in the Kinko copy machine. You got to learn how to do that, and then you have to learn how to work the Kinko copier, you know. And in my own building, I live in kind of a skyscraper building. And now I live in a fairly big apartment, but the small apartments don't have washers and dryers. You can't put money in the washer and dryers. You have to go down to the mailroom, put your credit card in a machine that gives you a credit card that lets you move that work with your washer and dryer, you know. And I just want to bitch about this. The world is passing me by.
But
so anyway,
you've proven a great point because whenever we were talking tonight about people who were the very small amount of people who really didn't get it and they were bitching and complaining about stuff, even though you might be, I consider you, Gary, as a technophobic kind of guy, and I guess Mark Joyner as a technophile. The fact that you were both eager to learn from each other proves what the students should be doing. Whether, you know, rather than whining and complaining, they should be learning. They should be taking finding the one good thing, the one good idea, whether they have to pay for it, whether it's, you know, even a free call.
Yeah, but I'll tell you something else, by God. There should be a law passed that nothing else is allowed to be invented. You know, there was a female comedian years ago said, I'm not going to buy any more music till they promise not to invent anything else, you know. And now they invent, and everything, I was in Circuit City today, and I'm looking at all this stuff, and it's all great, but it all has, you know, I bought a little tape recorder the size of a piece of pack of gum. It was just great. And I opened the manual, and I just went into a homicidal rage. You know what the first thing the manual says? How to set the clock and calendar. I don't want this thing to be a clock and calendar. I just want to tape record stuff on it. You know, I don't want my blender to be a CD player, you know. Anyway, that's just my own personal stuff. But
on that note, we've passed the top of the hour, so I have to close it out. And I want to say, Gary, thank you. Gosh, again, you've over-delivered, and I want to thank everybody who are on this call too. And please, if you have some comments or any questions, maybe I don't want to have a full drawn-out question again, like I said at the beginning of this call, but you can send them to me or send them at Gary@boostmyresponse.com. I will forward Gary all the good stuff and just keep the bad stuff for myself.
By the way, I did get one question. And the guy said, he'd been a loser all his life. He's not making anything. And he'd been to other gurus, and he found out I was the source. And his just question is, he wanted to know the fastest and easiest way that he could become a multimillionaire or even a billionaire, And I decided I'd defer that question to you.
Well, find the most richest bank around.
Yeah.
Buy yourself a 44 Magnum. At any rate, folks, thank you so much, Gary. Thank you, and we'll see you next time.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, folks. I hope you found it entertaining and
and
substantial. Bye-bye.